Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Commissioner Byrd. Good morning, everybody else. I did hear you. Sorry, I was on the other phone.
Yeah, no problem. I know you're there. Thanks.
Yes, sir. I did confirm we are live on YouTube as well, so that seems to be functioning good this morning. I was a little concerned with the inclement weather and if it had any impact on our network and reliability up north, but it seems to be just fine.
Not yet. It will later, though.
As soon as everybody's on, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Byrd. You need a little, sounds like you need a little cheering up.
Well, give me about what, 3.5 hours. I'll be a lot happier.
No. This meeting, we got the legislation, so it's going till 5.
Wonderful. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Now I'm depressed again.
Well, I guess Joe and I have done our work then.
You're doing something.
Uh-oh. I didn't get a laugh on that. I better be careful. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing? And Commissioner Hall?
Good. Good.
Commissioner Hall, are you here?
I don't see her yet, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll give it a minute.
Yes, I'm here.
There she is. Yep.
Okay, you were the last, so you lead the pledge.
I did that last week, but I will.
No, you're getting practice.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the
To the
flag
flag
of the United
of the
States of
United States
America and to the
and
republic
for
for
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty
and
justice
justice for all.
I salute the flag
Flag
of the state of
State of
New
New
Mexico,
Mexico,
the Zia symbol
symbol
of perfect
of perfect
friendship
friendships
among united
among
cultures.
united cultures.
Okay, consideration and approval of agenda.
Move to approve.
Mr. Chair,
I second. And no comment. Mike, take the roll, please.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
aye.
Commissioners, the agenda is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes.
So
Mr. Chair.
moved.
Second.
Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Item 4, introduction of special guests.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. I don't have anybody signed up for that today.
Okay, thank you. And public comment?
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason again. We do have a couple of individuals that have joined us this morning from Xcel Energy, and they would like to give public comment on the inclement weather and experiences that they were having down in the southeast part of the state. With us today, we have David Hudson and Bill Grant from Xcel Energy. And I don't know if Commissioner Byrd, if you wanted to introduce them anymore, or if you guys are available, please press *6 if you called in, or unmute yourself via the Zoom platform, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I think you got their names right, Chief, so we'll stand at that. I think we're all familiar with who these gentlemen are.
Yeah, welcome,
They're
Bill
here
and David.
somewhere.
Yes, Mr. Bill Grant, I see that you're unmuted.
Yeah, good morning. This is David Hudson. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. Well, good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm David Hudson. I'm the president of Southwestern Public Service Company, which is a New Mexico corporation, and also part of the Xcel Energy system, and we go by the brand name of Xcel Energy. We're just going to give you a brief update because the storm is still ongoing for most of Texas, even though it has passed our service area. Winter storm Uri basically hit us Sunday, and it brought down very deep Arctic air from the north. We see these at SPS in the Panhandle of Texas, South Plains, and eastern New Mexico, so we're prepared for these. But the big issue is the rest of the state was not equipped to deal with such severe polar air. So 2 weeks ago, the forecasts were showing that we would be getting this storm, but it would not be coming down as far south as it did. But late last week, the weather forecast changed and it showed that the Arctic air was going to move all the way through Texas and down into Mexico. So it was hitting eastern New Mexico, Texas Panhandle, and South Plains. Of course, we're in a different grid than most of Texas. We're part of the eastern grid and we're a member of the Southwest Power Pool. Whereas everybody else south of us in Texas is in ERCOT, or the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, and saw just extreme emergency and disaster down there. So last Thursday, we began repositioning our manpower and equipment for the potential winter weather. You know, our biggest fears were not ice because it was going to be too cold. We knew it'd be snowing. But we were worried, given the extremely low temperatures, that we would see a lot of loads, particularly in our substations and then on alley transformers. So we made sure that we had people and equipment positioned throughout the system, as far south as Artesia, so that they could hit southern part of our system in New Mexico. And then we also made sure that we had transformer parts in inventory, or that our supplier warehouses were stocked. On Friday, recognizing the severe weather event that was getting ready to hit the state of Texas, Governor Abbott declared a statewide emergency across every county of the state of Texas and declared a natural disaster. And because we were expecting to see century-old records of low temperatures across the state. Also on Friday, a lot of the gas pipelines were also seeing this severe weather and cold temperatures and expecting tremendous draws on the pipelines because so many people would be heating and a lot more electric generation would be on. So actually some of the pipelines like Northern Natural declared a peak pricing days. They're still in it right now, but basically that dramatically causes the market participants to raise the price of natural gas. And we were going into a 4-day holiday on Friday. We keep some gas in storage. We also buy about 40% of our gas on a monthly basis. So that was taken care of. But we also buy a lot of daily gas for our system. And the reason we don't buy all monthly is because we never know, which day may be lower or higher. And so we want the flexibility on the system. And we've been doing this for years. But like I said, this last Friday, we typically plan for a 3-day purchase, for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. But since Monday was a holiday, we also had to include Tuesday. So last week, we were seeing gas prices about $3.25 an MMBTU, or it's a metric million British thermal units. Then on Thursday, we saw the prices go up to $4.30. But by Friday, they had gone up to $12. And then over the weekend, they went up to $175 in MMBTU. So basically, prices were going up over 60 times the normal level. And it's just because of the extreme demand that was expected on the system. The prices further escalated because the gas fields in the Permian Basin started freezing up. And when that happens, basically the liquids that are coming out up through with the natural gas through the oil well or through the gas wells start freezing once they get to the top, and the air is so cold and the wellhead is freezing up. So we start to see dramatic declines in natural gas production and processing and injections into the pipelines. And that's the biggest issue I think Texas is seeing downstate. Is they did lose some of their generation because it froze up. It just wasn't equipped for such low polar air temperatures. But also the cost of gas went up and the availability of gas has gone down. And we're still experiencing that at the moment. A lot of gas has been curtailed to even our power plants, but we are meeting our load. But there's concerns throughout the whole Southwest Power Pool that all load cannot be met. Using this analogy, it's sort of like if you had an ambulance and you had to run the next day and your tank was already half full with $2.50 a gallon, but you drove up to the gas station the next morning and you found out the price of gasoline now is $154 a gallon. So that's what we're experiencing. And we are buying gas so that we can meet our load and serve all of our customers. Many utilities in the central US or mid-continent are seeing the same issues. I'm expecting the pricing impacts are going even beyond that. We really don't know, but I expect other utilities are seeing the same issues of price spikes throughout the weekend and through this week. Right now, what we've experienced is on Sunday, it was a very snowy day in this service area, not a lot of solar, and a lot of the wind farms were catching snow on the blades, so their output reduced. So solar and wind was down. The Southwest Power Pool was seeing a lot of issues in Oklahoma and Kansas, so they declared a first level energy emergency alert Sunday night. And so this is the first step in the progression of possibly going to rotating outages. And we actually hit that briefly Monday morning. So they were requiring us to run all available generation, regardless of fuel prices, in order to ensure there was a reliable supply to customers. And wind was expected to be very low on Monday, and it was. It was just completely still, and it's completely still today too. There's zero wind generation on the system. We have a little bit of solar right now, but of course at night it goes away. Then later on, Monday morning, we actually saw a negative 11 degrees in our service area in New Mexico. Like I said, we had a brief 30-minute rotating outage Monday morning when the Southwest Power Pool declared a level 3 alert. So some New Mexico customers were impacted for probably less than 30 minutes on Monday. But that was record-breaking cold for that day of minus 11 degrees. And it was hitting all of Texas, New Mexico, and Oklahoma, and Kansas. But the ERCOT grid completely broke down with the loss of generation and then also losing natural gas. Now, the way it goes, and you're familiar with it, is the last thing they ever interrupt is local distribution companies, which would be like New Mexico Gas, or in Texas, Atmos Gas is a lot of that. Then our power generation has the next level. Now, starting Monday night, we actually had the pipeline starting to materially restrict the gas that we were getting from our gas units. We started burning fuel oil in the few units that we have fuel oil capability, and we had brought on all of our coal units to full output. So we also started pulling 220 megawatts from our sister company in Colorado. They had, it was not as severe cold in Colorado as it was further east. So we started pulling 220 megawatts from our sister company through the Lamar HVDC tie. And we also started redirecting some natural gas from Colorado to the SBS system because we had a 70% curtailment on our power plants from the gas pipelines. And it's simply that there was a lot more demand for gas. The gas was getting sucked out of the pipelines, and they were not getting enough injections from the gas fields and the gas processing plants. We tried to run as many of our units as we could. We made it through Monday night just fine. But come Tuesday morning, the rest of the pool was seeing severe issues, and they actually went to emergency level 3. And we were in rotating outages for 3 hours or so yesterday morning. We hit about 85,000 customers in New Mexico. Some of them were hit twice as we had to go through the rotation because the curtailment was so large that was called from the SPP. By about 10 o'clock in the morning, all the curtailments were lifted and we restored all customers. But there was very little wind yesterday morning, and it was picking up throughout the day. So, you know, that's basically where we're at right now. I had expected that we'd be back in the same situation because during the wintertime, our peak is actually in the morning when everybody starts turning their thermostats up and businesses are opening. We've had a hard appeal for customers to conserve. The local LDC here in Amarillo was worried that they were going to lose pressure. They didn't do that. So far, the power pool has not called for any rotating outages this morning. I'm thinking as the Permian starts to warm up over the next few days, a lot more of the gas will start flowing and being processed and injected into the pipeline. But we're going to see probably curtailments to our gas plants through the end of the week. And hopefully over the weekend, things rebound. I think ERCOT will take even longer than that to rebound. So that's sort of the update that I have right now. But given the very high cost of gas, this is going to have an impact on our FPPCAC calculation, our fuel factors. So we will be analyzing that, and we may be coming back to the commission about deferring some of those costs for future recovery. Because it'd just be too much to go through a 1 month's fuel factor calculation. So I'll stand for any questions if you have any.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, I've got a few questions. Mr. Hudson, I was following the notices from SPP, I was surprised to read that their resources became exhausted, at one point, and they had to reach out to all their utilities to ask them to do, controlled curtailments. And I was wondering, I was under the understanding that when that sort of situation was impending sometimes on a system that they would reach out and purchase from MISO. Do you know if they were doing anything like that? Because from where MISO is located, it seems like they would also have been scrabbling for every megawatt they could find. But do you know where did the breakdown occur in being able to purchase sufficient resources?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, the SPP was through Monday procuring energy from farther east through MISO and other regions. However, they started to see some of the ramifications of the polar air, and they started curtailing those. And so that's what drove Monday's curtailment for a brief while.
When you say they, do you mean Southwest Power Pool or
Yes.
MISO?
Southwest Power Pool. The Southwest Power Pool was now MISO South, which is Entergy in Louisiana. They actually went into rotating outages last night because the polar air continues to move further east.
Okay. So there just was no other source of easily transmissible energy. I was just wondering how far out can you reach? I mean,
Commissioner
yeah.
Hall and Mr. Chairman, this is Bill. The Southwest Power Pole even this morning was importing close to 4,000 megawatts on a real-time basis. So they did reach out to their neighbors, and that's one of the reasons the power was flowing from Colorado as well, as we coordinated with them. So, you know, DC ties, the MISO interface, the Entergy interface, the all the interfaces. I don't know exactly where the power was coming from, but they were importing up to 4,000. And as Mr. Hudson referred to on Monday, they were importing that, and some of those schedules were curtailed. And so that's why they issued the first controlled rotating outages, but they were able to replace that curtailment with some emergency purchases within 30 minutes. And that's why the first rotating outages only lasted 30 minutes. On the second day, as Mr. Hudson had reported, the cold weather started impacting other regions, including MISO and some of our neighbors. So even though we're heavily, and even this morning we were importing very close to 4,000 megawatts again, the power just was short everywhere. And we even have one of our units that was able to get gas this morning, and then they called us and told us to take it right back off again because it was pulling the pressure on the pipeline. So that pipeline reaches all the way up to the northern central United States, up to the Canadian border. So that's how widespread this pipeline issue is.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yes, go ahead.
SPP's also put out that they're getting power from Canada as well. So SPP's getting power from every available source put into the grid. One of the issues they're having is that the grid's actually being put to capacity in places, which is limiting how much they're able to transfer from the northern regions down here to the southern region. So it's the gas lines are being taxed, as well as our transmission lines are at capacity in places, and they're having to route around. And so it's kind of that perfect storm situation where everything that could go wrong is. But they said here this morning that they're even getting power out of Canada right now. So they're getting everything they can. But like Bill said, as this goes east, those power companies need to focus on their customers first.
Correct. And I was wondering about, I mean, I guess the transmission just isn't sufficient going west to get adequate relief from anybody you might be able to buy from.
Yeah,
in that direction.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Hall, that's correct. We're in two different grids. To get between the western grid and the eastern grid where we are, you have to go through a high voltage direct current tie. There's very few of them, and actually several of them are very old.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner Maestas.
Well, I want to commend Commissioner Byrd for having Mr. Hudson and Mr. Grant come and give us an update. I really think that this was timely. And as Commissioner Byrd alluded to, yeah, this was the perfect storm in terms of all, core and backup energy sources being taxed. I think the big issue for me, and maybe this is for you, Mr. Hudson, is that, this was kind of a shock, right, to everyone like New Mexico and other states that are really accelerating a transition to clean energy. And I feel that we really haven't worked with the natural gas markets. I feel we're leading them down kind of a dead end street and not pursuing a different model. But is this event so extraordinary that we need not reassess our future integrated resource planning, or do we need to stop and think about natural gas markets and their role in events like this? Because I've read, certain articles about this event that with climate change, this could be a frequent occurrence. And so maybe it's not so extraordinary. So in your opinion, like Mr. Hudson or Mr. Grant, what does this portend for our transition to clean energy? In New Mexico's case, we're going to be carbon free, hopefully in 24 years, but we're seeing natural gas exit the portfolio in that planning horizon. And so do we need to reassess, and what does the future hold for natural gas if these kinds of extraordinary events are to be expected as a consequence of climate change?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Maestas, that's a very good point that you're raising. Our position is basically wind is not a firm resource on our system. It's an energy substitute when the wind's blowing. But we do not plan on the wind blowing, especially on critical times like this. We plan on having other capacity on the system to meet it. Solar, you can give a little bit more capacity attribution because when the sun's going to be up there. But as we're learning right now, with heavy cloud cover and snow, it's not as strong as you would want it to be. I think the real thing is Xcel Energy's view is you still have to have backup resources. And probably the cleanest one would be natural gas. We also think in the long run to continue carbon reduction, you're going to see new nuclear, but we're talking decades away. It's not going to be tomorrow. The short-term solution is you've got to have natural gas turbines that you can fire up and keep the power flowing. But the big issue we're seeing right now is even natural gas is curtailed because the wellheads were freezing up. And there's going to be a huge investigation in Texas on this because not only did their power plants freeze up and it froze up in Oklahoma, Kansas, it's the natural gas supply that also froze up. And so that's a huge issue. Ironically, the assets that ran without blemish so far are our coal assets. And those are the ones that we're getting ready to convert to gas. And so you're right, we do need to take a hard look at it. We got to be careful that we're not getting up ahead of our skis. And probably that's what happened to ERCOT. They're an energy only market. They don't plan capacity. And so they got bit by this severe situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I had.
Okay. Any other comments from commissioners?
Yes,
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff again.
Let's go with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar first.
Good call.
Good morning, David and Bill. Thank you very much for the update. We're reading about the residents living in Texas, the state of Texas, and our prayers and recovery. That's our hope, our neighboring state. But it also affects New Mexico as well. We make decisions with small companies and large companies, and I'm glad we extended the utility moratorium for the small companies, because you have to take into consideration that families live in areas where electricity and other utility necessity are limited, especially in cold weathers. So this happened, I believe it was 2010 and 2011, and we had New Mexico Gas Company at the commission meeting explaining to the commissioners to the extent of how they did not have enough power to extend to northern New Mexico. So I appreciate it, David and Bill. You have explained to us that your company has done everything that it could as far as getting some additional resources so that you can continue to do your business and to make sure New Mexicans and people living in Texas are getting the power back. And that is my input on this. Thank you very much, David and Bill.
Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. So first, back to what Commissioner Maestas said regarding my input on this. I didn't ask David or Bill to be here. They came to me and said, gee, we really want to talk about what's going on. So any accolades, credit is all theirs. They're doing their very best to keep us informed and letting us know what's going on and why. But and to the second part of his question, I also want to respond to that, is that this is not unusual. If you remember 10 years ago, we had the same problem, gas lines being turned off in New Mexico. That cold front was a little more west and affected more of New Mexico, but there was the same issues were going on then. And just, this isn't the coldest we've been. It's the coldest we've been in 35 years. So these cold fronts come around every few years. And as I've said before, it seems like when it's the very hottest of the year in August and the very coldest normally in January, but this year we get to experience it in February, the wind quits blowing and we have overcast or it's dusty. And so the wind and solar also aren't there to help us out like we get the rest of the time. So I have a question now to David or Bill. What is of the energy being generated, how much of that is coming from coal right now?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Byrd, as at this moment, 53% is coming from coal resources. Wind actually is producing 2%. Natural gas is producing 30.1%. Nuclear is 6%, and solar is 0.58%. So coal and natural gas are together combined are producing 82% of the energy.
Across the pool, right?
Across the pool. Those are the pool numbers I was quoting you. And I would also like to add to what Mr. Hudson said earlier is there's a lot of technology that's being looked at to get us to where a lot of people want to be in the future. The only thing as a person that's operated the grid, both on the merchant side and also on the reliability side, diversity of resources is always a good thing to have during times like these. And regardless of what that resource is, I'm not here to advocate one or the other, but I am here to advocate for diversity, because when you have a natural gas supply issue that hits a whole region, obviously that's not the complete answer either. When you have, wind events where the wind is too cold to generate, or solar, and battery, even if you want to talk battery a little bit, you can charge that, but once you discharge it, if you don't have the power to charge it back up, that's not the answer either. But it is a total diverse. You have to look at your bag of tools as a diverse kit, and that would be key in going. You asked me where we go ahead. It's that key in developing those technologies that gives us that diversity.
So when I look at the SBS system at the moment, we're 50% coal, 46% gas, 0% wind, and 4% solar. That's where we're at right now on our system. I do want to make sure you understand that, we're not part of the downstate system where they have 4 million people out. Right now in New Mexico, we have 2 customers out on service issues, somewhere, one in Hobbs and one in Carlsbad. Our power plants have been available. We have plenty of capacity. Our issue has been we can't get the gas, and what gas we are getting is extremely expensive. So after this emergency is over, hopefully by this weekend, the next thing will be the financial consequences of it all. We're going to see a lot of dislocation in a lot of places across the U.S. because of these gas prices. And so I just wanted to make you aware of that. Just be watching out for that. So thank you so much for entertaining us this morning.
I have one final question. You see a lot in the news about hydrogen, and hydrogen perhaps replacing natural gas, and units steam units that can run on hydrogen and natural gas or be converted. Any thoughts that you guys have about those technologies, how far off they are, and
yes,
what
sir.
hydrogen means in terms of storing energy?
Exactly. Mr. Chairman, that is probably a prime area for the future. We are actually using high temperature steam at a nuclear unit right now and doing a study with DOE of using electrolysis of the high temperature steam to break it into oxygen and hydrogen. I do think that's a great thing. I think as far as what we're seeing in the immediate future is you could blend some of the hydrogen into the natural gas to get cleaner natural gas. But in the very long term, I'm talking 15, 20, maybe longer than that, it's actually going to hydrogen combustion or hydrogen fuel cell technologies.
Okay. Thank you. Any other thoughts?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to perhaps invite Mr. Hudson and Grant back if there is some kind of a post-mortem assessment of this event, and maybe give us a glimpse of what changes may be in the works to avoid this happening again. And I don't know if this is going to be some kind of an SPP, ERCOT, SPS kind of meeting of the minds, but I think it's always beneficial as an engineer, whenever you have an event like this, when it tests systems and assumptions and planning, you do a postmortem and then determine, what changes need to be made to avoid it in the future. So if there is such a point in the near future, I'd be happy to, to hear what the results are of that postmortem discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Maestas, will be more than, I think it's going to be a series. This, like I said, the financial implications, we're going to see investigations on the federal level, state level. In Texas, I think the governor is furious right now with the downstate grid. Our outages have been pretty limited in our service area. We're basically helping the overall pool, which includes 17 states. But there's going to be a lot of investigations. And then I actually think there's going to be a lot of financial work through of this with many entities, and probably Federal Trade Commission investigation of gas prices. And then ultimately there's going to be litigation. This could take years.
All I have is 2 years though. So if you can do it within 2 years.
That's right. So you better hurry up.
Joe, it's 22 months now. Stop exaggerating. Thank you, Bill and David. I really appreciate it. And thanks for the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, very nice to see you guys again.
Thank you.
Take care.
Can't wait to see you in person. Bye.
That will be
Thanks,
a
gentlemen.
day. Yeah.
Okay.
And thank you, Commissioner Fishman, for allowing them the time.
It was pretty good of me, wasn't it?
Yes, very.
Well, it was pretty good to hear, frankly.
It was great to hear.
Very worthwhile.
So now we're down to consent action items.
Mr. Chair, I would move the consent action agenda.
I will
I'll second.
Well, Commissioner
Okay.
Byrd seconded. And I think we're ready for a vote, Mike. And
Commissioners, this is a vote on transportation matter case 20-00058 TRM in the matter of the application of the City of Las Cruces, DBA Las Cruces Fire Department for a certificate to provide ambulance service. It's a potential order on the hearing examiner's recommendation to process application is uncontested. And the second case is utility matter case 20-00127 UT in the matter of the verified petition of Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc. as a competitive local exchange carrier for designation as an eligible telecommunications carrier for limited purposes. And this is a potential order on a recommended decision. I would take the roll. Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman.
aye.
Commissioners, the consent action items passed by a vote of 5-0.
Just a quick comment. I wanted to thank folks, specifically Robert Lennon, for doing that mediation on the ambulance case and saving the commissioners lots of headaches and work, and appreciate the help, as I'm sure the ambulance carriers do as well. So now we're down to utility matters. And this is PNM's application for approval of the purchase power agreements and energy storage agreements with, and the special service contract with Greater Kudu and amended rider number 49. So this all has to do with Facebook. So Michael and Judith, take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. As Commissioner Fishman just stated, this matter comes before you today upon the application of PNM for approval of an amended special service contract with Greater Kudu LLC and approval of 2 purchase power agreements pursuant to 17.9.551 NMAC. Also approval of a first revised rider number 49 production cost allocation rider and advice notice number 574. In addition, PNM filed a motion for expedited consideration. This was all filed on February 8th. In the application, PNM requested approval of 2 PPAs. One is an agreement with NMRD Data Center 3 LLC for 50 megawatts of solar energy from the Encino North Solar Energy Center, referred to as the Encino North PPA. And 2, an agreement with Sky Solar LLC for 190 megawatts of solar energy from Sky Ranch Solar Facility, the Sky Ranch PPA, and also approval of an energy storage agreement with Sky Ranch Energy Storage LLC for 100 megawatts of 4-hour energy capacity from the Sky Ranch Energy Storage Facility. In addition, the application requests approval of an addendum to the second amended and restated special service contract between PNM and Facebook Inc., a subsidiary of Greater Kudu LLC, which collectively the application refers to as customer. And lastly, the application requests approval of the first amended rider number 49 production cost allocation rider. And I'd like to give a little background to the application because the commission has had several cases regarding this, the Facebook data center near Los Lunas, and just would like to get everyone up to date. Currently, the customer, meaning, as I stated, Greater Kudu and Facebook, participates in a voluntary renewable program under the Renewable Energy Act. And in accordance with the special services contract, PNM is committed to matching 100% of the customer's energy consumption on an annual basis with new renewable energy resources paid for by the customer. In case number 16-00191, the Public Regulation Commission approved the initial special service contract between PNM and the customer, as well as initial solar facility PPAs to serve the customer. Subsequently, in cases number 18-0009 and 18-00269, the Commission approved additional renewable energy procurement and amendments to the original special services contract. recently, the customer notified PNM that it was planning a potential expansion of the data center, as apparently it was anticipated to do in the special services contract. PNM and the customer worked together to identify and evaluate proposed PPAs and energy storage agreements. Customer has informed PNM that it's important to receive all approvals requested by the application by June 1st, 2021, so that the customer can meet its prospective breakground date. I won't go through the specifications of the PPAs and the ESA unless you would like me to. And according to the application, the Encino North PPA is a Class 1 transaction pursuant to NMSA Section 6233K. And PNM stated that it timely filed written notification of the Class 1 transaction as required by 17.6.450.11 NMAC. In the motion, PNM has requested, it was a motion for expedited consideration. PNM has requested the commission issue a final order approving the application without a formal hearing if no protest is filed within 60 days after the date notice is given. According to Rule 551.10A, there is a 60-day protest period, and the 60 days starts the date the application is filed. In the alternative, PNM requested that if a protest is filed, and if the commission determines that the protest demonstrates that a public hearing is necessary, PNM requested the hearing be scheduled so a final order can be issued no later than June 1st, 2021. As I stated, so that the customer can break ground. PNM urges the commission to grant the motion and establish a schedule similar to that approved by PNM in the prior cases involving the customer. And for example, PNM states that in case number 16-00191, the commission issued a final order approving PNM's application 40 days after it was filed. In case number 18-00009, the commission issued a final order approving PNM's application 63 days after it was filed. And in case number 18-00269, the commission issued a final order approving PNM's application 54 days after it was filed. For your information, PNM did seek positions of parties involved in the 18269 case, and the New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance supported the motion. The New Mexico Attorney General did not oppose. Staff took no position, and no other parties expressed a position. The proposed order would grant the motion to a certain extent. It would shorten although PNM did not ask to shorten the 60-day protest period, the proposed schedule that PNM stated in their motion had a potential hearing approximately May 15th, with a final order being issued on June 1st, which really only left the commission 2 weeks to review everything and issue a final order. And it is my recommendation that the commission needs more time than just 2 weeks. So I'm recommending shortening the protest period to 51 days and having the protest period end or intervention period end on March 31st. After March 31st, the commission will know whether any protests or motions to intervene have been filed and whether they state sufficient grounds for having a public hearing. After March 31st, the commission will decide whether there'll be a public hearing and whether it will be a public hearing before the commission or whether it will be a public hearing by a hearing examiner. If the commission does decide there would be a public hearing, it shall be held on April 28th via a digital or Zoom platform with login information to be posted on the commission's website. If there is a hearing, direct testimony would be filed on or before April 14th. Rebuttal would be filed on or before April 28th, and a proposed order would be filed by May 5th. That way, the commission would have a full month to be able to consider the hearing, the testimony, and meet the June 1st, 2021 date. And I think that is it, and I stand for questions.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Well, I would move the order if there's no other discussion.
I will second, but I wanted to make a comment before we do voting. Is I am concerned that there's a couple things happening. One is with these special services contracts, it's terrific that Facebook is so committed to renewables. So thank you, Facebook. But I have a concern as well that with these special services contracts, new resources, low-cost solar resources, the low cost is not shared across the system. One customer, Facebook, enjoys those low costs, whereas others don't get to take advantage of them. And that as we get more of those resources on the grid, there are more challenges to balance the grid and handle peaks. So again, I'm glad that there's storage in this proposal to help do that. And in the past, there hadn't been. But I would very much like to see that as we go through this one, I'd very much like to understand how much strain, if you will, these additional solar resources are putting on the system in generating the need for more storage and other resources to, keep the juice flowing to meet everybody's needs. And there can be costs to other customers to do that this creates. And as this goes forward, I would certainly like to see some information generated that informs the commission about what those costs might be and how those grid balancing issues get handled. And so just to let folks know going forward, I feel like we should be understanding those things. And I'll leave my comments at that. Any other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I have a question for Judy. Can you explain to me that what P&M requested was an order for motion for expedited consideration? And can you tell me about the public comment process? Did you emphasize that in the order?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, in accordance with our rule 17.9.55110A, when there's a long-term purchase power agreement, the commission needs to approve it, and there's a 60-day protest period provided in the rule, 60 days from filing, which would have been April 9th. I moved it up to March 31st in order to move up the date of a potential public hearing so that the commission would have at least a month after the hearing to consider all the testimony and the protests and the interventions. But the way it stands now is it would be 51 days, which is practically 60. If there are protests filed between February 8th and March 31st, or if there are interveners filing that, and they state the reason for an opposition and sufficient that the commission determines there should be a hearing, then the order sets a whole schedule for the hearing. And the part that I forgot to mention was that PNM was asking the commission to issue a final order by June 1st, 2021. The order states that the commission will try to issue a final order by June 1st, but the order does not commit the commission to issuing a final order by June 1st, given that the state of New Mexico is currently subject to the restrictions of the governor's emergency public health orders related to the pandemic. And everything is having to be conducted electronically or virtually, and it may take longer. So basically the order is stating that we'll try, but no commitment.
Thank you, Judy. I would like to send a message to PNM. It's inappropriate for utility company to state in their motion for a final order by the commissioners. They have to understand that we are working remotely, and our staff, they're doing everything that they can to make sure that every application is processed according to the rules and having the public input. I would like to also state that it is true they would like a variance for an amended agreement, purchase of power agreements, but I want to remind them that our staff members, and including the commissioners and the general counsel staff, we are working remotely. We are trying to make sure that we are communicating and collaborating on cases so that we don't sidestep an important issue. In this particular application, I stand for the public input. I stand for interveners, so there could be transparency. So that's my take on that. Thank you very much, Judy, for working on this, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, for the purposes of discussion, I'd like to move to approve the order as presented.
Okay, I thought we had a motion
Did
from
that.
Commissioner Hall, and I'll
Yeah.
treat that as a
Oh.
second.
Okay,
And
I didn't realize that.
yeah, and any other discussion, commissioners, before we go to a vote?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I think this order is very balanced and considers the request from PNM. I think it's consistent with special considerations in the previous two cases for the various stages of expansion of the data center. And just generally speaking, I think Facebook had only intended to construct one building, and here we are in phase 3 of this expansion. And their goal, their express goal to power that data center with 100% renewable energy, I think has clearly helped our clean energy market, particularly in the region around the data center. And so I think this is reasonable, and I think it's, you know, I think it's great to aspire for a groundbreaking, but we do have a process, and I think we are being flexible, but we're not committing to a hard stop on the process to allow them to break ground. I think on June 1st was the deadline. So I think this is a very balanced order, and it considers input from all parties. And I too want to thank Facebook for this very important project. That's all I had.
So Mike, I think we're ready for a vote.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye. I said aye.
oh, sorry, I didn't hear. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioners, the proposed order passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, item number 4 in the matter of PNM's Electric Integrated Resource Plan for 2020 to 2040. Potential order on motion for an evidentiary hearing. Michael, you've been working on this.
Correct. Short notice, and I got to violate the Friday rule right away.
Uh-oh. I'm not going to cut you off. I'm going to be nice.
So this is here on before the commission on a joint motion for an evidentiary hearing, which was filed on February 10th by the New Mexico Attorney General's office and New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, otherwise known to folks as NMPRC and previously NMPRC. The motion requests a variance from the commission's IRP rule, which is section 17.7.3.12, and the joint movements assert that the variance is needed to ensure that the commission and stakeholders in PNM's 2021 IRP public advisory process will have an adequate opportunity to evaluate and provide input on PNM's 2021 Integrated Resource Plan. That case is now docketed as case 20-00033 in accordance with the way it's listed on this agenda. It was originally filed without a docket number as a compliance filing. The joint movements are requesting that the commission replace the review process that's currently provided by the IRP rule. It's a comment and review and comment process rather, with a full review process that allows for discovery, the filing of testimony, an evidentiary hearing, and post-hearing briefing. And that should be in quotations. That is the request. The joint motions also requests that the commission establish a procedure requiring PNM to share its resource modeling data and software with all interested stakeholders, because PNM used two software modeling tools, Encompass and ServM. I hope I'm using the right descriptors for those acronyms, to model and identify alternate replacement power scenarios. And the joint movements assert that, quote, the stakeholders to the IRP process cannot even begin their analysis of PNM's 2021 plan without access to the Encompass and ServM modeling software and the system data PNM used to populate those models. As I stated, this is here on an expedited ruling on their motion because under the current IRP rule, the written public comments in support or in opposition to the proposed IRP would be due 20 days after the filing of proposed IRP. And based on PNM's filing date of January 29, 2021, the joint movements comments would be due February 18th, 2021, which is tomorrow. By single signature order that issued on February 11th, the commission accelerated the date for responses to the joint motion to noon, February 15th, 2021, and placed this matter on the agenda for this open meeting. The joint movement's argument is basically that the 20-day review and comment period provided under the IRP rule is insufficient to review, analyze, and comment on PNM's IRP due to the complexity of the issues set forth in the 450-page IRP document. They point out that the IRP would require a fundamental and significant restructuring of PNM's current generation resource portfolio due to the passage of the Energy Transition Act. The joint motion describes its requested relief as a variance, which they claim is consistent with the commission's variance rule and presents the best opportunity to achieve the purposes of the IRP rule. The joint movements assert that they seek only, quote, an adequate opportunity to evaluate and provide input on the 2021 IRP. However, their request goes beyond a variance and essentially asks the commission to set aside the provisions of the current rule, which were established by rulemaking in case 17-00198 UT, and instead substitute a full adversarial evidentiary hearing for the informational review and comment process in that rule. I'll read to you the provision in the existing rule right now at 17.7.3.12 provides the commission will review the utility's proposed IRP for compliance with the procedures and objectives set forth herein. Written public comments may be filed within 20 days of the utility's filing of the proposed IRP in support or in opposition to the proposed IRP as filed. The utility shall file within 40 days of the utility's filing of the proposed IRP a written response to all written public comments that were timely filed or in support or in opposition, stating whether or not it will incorporate any of the written comments into its proposed IRP and state the reasons why or why not. The commission's utility division staff shall then review the utility's proposed IRP as filed and shall consider the filed written public comments in support or in opposition and the utility's written response, and shall file a written recommendation to the commission within 60 days of the utility's filing as to whether or not the IRP complies with the procedures and objectives of this rule, and whether or not it recommends that the commission accept the proposed IRP as filed. If the commission has not acted within 90 days after the filing of the proposed IRP, that IRP is deemed accepted as compliant with this rule. If the commission determines the proposed IRP does not comply with the requirements of this rule, the commission will identify the deficiencies and return it to the utility with instructions for refiling. The commission would point out that the commission expressly addressed and eliminated the provisions of the prior version of the IRP rule, which was contained in sections 17.3.12a and b, which had provided for protests and evidentiary hearings on IRPs. The commission, in its rulemaking, found that section 62.17.10 intended the IRP to be a planning tool designed to further the statutory requirement that utilities, quote, evaluate renewable energy, energy efficiency, load management, distributed generation, and conventional supply side resources on a consistent and comparable basis, and take into consideration risk and uncertainty of fuel supply, price volatility, and costs of anticipated environmental regulations in order to identify the most cost-effective portfolio of resources to supply the energy needs of customers. The commission found in the rulemaking that the requirement of 62.17.10 that the preparation of resource plans shall incorporate a public advisory process did not intend that the IRP process should become, quote, a fully litigated process over a period of years, as it, quote, was never intended to become a substitute for, and at times a duplication of the CCN, Certificate of Convenience and Necessity process. The excuse me, I'm trying to move my screen. The revisions to the IRP rule that were adopted in case 17-198 UT similarly eliminated the provision of Rule 17-312B, which had provided that in CCN applications, a utility was required to present evidence that the requested generation resource is consistent with the utility's accepted utility IRP, and provided that evidence that the resource is consistent with the IRP will constitute prima facie evidence that the resource type, but not the particular resource being proposed, is consistent with the convenience and public convenience and necessity. The Commission's review of its IRP set forth in the IRP is limited to compliance with the procedures and objectives of the IRP rule in 62-1710. The proposed order that I prepared would find that the requested variance should be denied because the joint motion's request for a variance actually seeks an adversarial hearing process, which is inconsistent with the scope of the review and comment process established in the IRP rule, and would substantially alter and essentially negate rather than further the processes and purposes of the existing IRP rule. Notwithstanding this, the order would provide that based on the scope of the proposed changes and other matters identified in the IRP, as well as the sheer length of the filed IRP document, it would be appropriate to provide a variance in the form of an extension of time for the review and submission of public comments. The joint motions, as noted, the joint movement rather, also seek full access to utilize PNM's proprietary modeling software in the same fashion as access was provided in case 19-195 UT, which was the San Juan Generating Station replacement resource case. Access to software in that case was secured as a result of a negotiated agreement between the parties. The joint motion proposes that the Commission utilize the same procedure that was adopted by the hearing examiners in that case to facilitate the exchange of modeling information and access to modeling software sought by the commenters. Consistent with the Commission's past practice and to balance the interests of the public to obtain information sufficient to provide meaningful public comment within the limited scope of review of PNM's IRP as established by the current IRP rule, and consistent also with rules 177313 and 17739G3, which I will recite. 17713 provides that the Commission may conduct an investigation of any matters pertaining to a public utilities IRP where it deems appropriate and may require additional information to be filed, and 17739G3, which provides that in addition to the detailed description of what the utility determines to be the most cost-effective resource portfolio, the utility shall develop a reasonable number of alternative portfolios by altering risk assumptions and other parameters developed by the utility and the public advisory process. The Commission would find that the public commenters may file requests for PNM to perform additional modeling of alternative portfolios as suggested by the public commenters. The order finds that a hearing examiner should be assigned to handle the process of facilitating access to PNM's modeling information and software by ascertaining the parties' various positions, wants, and needs, and to work out an order on information access, including the need for any protective orders. The order would also require PNM to provide commenters with the data, assumptions, and model parameters used in conducting their IRP modeling, and to perform any requested modeling runs strictly utilizing the assumptions and inputs provided by the public commenters. This would be consistent with the process, one of the processes that was adopted in the 195 case. The order would also provide that requests for access to PNM's modeling software should be consistent with the limited scope of an IRP proceeding, which is to ensure the utility has performed the contemplated evaluation of renewable energy, energy efficiency, load management, distributed generation, and conventional supply side resources on a consistent and comparable basis, and take into consideration risk and uncertainty of fuel supply, price volatility, and costs of anticipated environmental regulations. The process that is contemplated would not be intended to provide for a full discovery process, as some parties had requested, but to obtain such information as would may be utilized consistent with the limited timeframe and purposes of the public comment process set forth in the IRP rule, which may include requiring PNM to reformulate and resubmit its IRP. The proposed order would also provide that the time limits for the submission of comments should be suspended for the period of time it takes the hearing examiner to work out matters with the party and issue an order on access to information. An additional extension of time may be appropriate in the commission's discretion for the conduct of this additional modeling and the formulation of comments and filing with the commission. My understanding is that there are alternative orders that are proposed by several commissioners, so I will yield the floor to the other commissioners to discuss their proposals, but I am available for questions.
So commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Maestas.
I didn't receive this latest amended order put forth by Mike. I know he sent us an email indicating or describing the amendments, but I didn't see the order. Did I miss that?
Commissioner Maestas, actually, that is consistent with the proposed order that I originally provided to the commissioners, and the only addition was that I had indicated was forthcoming was the role of the hearing examiners.
Can we put that up on the screen, what you're proposing, Mike, that latest version?
I actually have not drafted a revision. I hate to get into communications. I did email what I was considering.
Mr. Chair, I did put forth an alternate order, and I know Mike sent it out to all the commissions, but it wasn't posted as a hot link on the agenda. And but I have to assume that the commissioners did take a look at it.
I haven't seen it, so I missed it. But it's certainly worthwhile for you to discuss. And again, anything we can put up on the screen, Jason or Mike, would be helpful. Or Joe, if you, well, it's going to be hard for you to do that.
Yeah,
That's Jason, I suppose.
I mean, Mike is very familiar with my alternate order, but I'm happy to present it if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I mean, I think to the extent Mike knows something about it, he should tell us as well, and not to interrupt what Commissioner Maestas would describe about his order, but I think Mike should weigh in as general counsel. But please go ahead, Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, I think Mike is weighed in terms of his proposal, and
yeah,
what my proposal, my alternate order proposes is to firmly establish the role of utility division staff to review the IRP and have the necessary technical means to do so. And that includes obtaining the model data and the models themselves via license that could be acquired, via a protection order. Because I understand this same issue happened in 2019, and I guess I'm taking more of a pointed stance on to what degree I expect our utility division to handle reviewing complex proprietary models as a means to review an integrated resource plan in this particular IRP, which I suspect the movements see as extraordinary in that it sees the complete shedding of all, carbon sources of energy with the ultimate goal of achieving carbon-free energy by 2040. And so that's what my order really provides, because it's hard for me to understand reading staff's comments. They're saying, well, the PNM should share their model and data with these movements. Well, what about the utility division? We should assure the public that that is our primary duty. That is our statutory responsibility to do a thorough, robust review. And if that entails acquiring appropriate models to conduct a robust, thorough analysis, then so be it. And I think it responds to the movements that a thorough analysis will be done by the rightful party, which is the utility division. But yet my order also allows the utility division the option to consider comments for other alternative scenarios of energy portfolios and risk assumptions in alternate modeling runs. And so that's really what my order does. It really, firmly empowers the utility division to do its job and to acquire the necessary models and data that the movements are requesting. And it empowers the utility division to consider comments from the movements, because I think that's what we're doing. We want these movements to become commenters to consider any recommendations for alternate modeling runs. And the last thing I'm going to say about Mike's order is that our hearing examiners are overworked and extended extraordinarily, and we kind of need to stop this knee-jerk reaction of having hearing examiners resolve these disputes and settle it among themselves, and have our utility division do what it's supposed to do, and that's review these IRPs instead of abdicating that responsibility and allowing other parties to do that. So that's what my order does. And as I understand, based on information provided to the commission, that we have acquired licenses in the past to do these model runs. And I think our utility division, as a minimum, should attempt to replicate the model analysis using PNM same models to confirm their conclusions in the IRP, and then consider any alternatives based on comments from interested parties. So that's really what my order does. And again, I feel strongly about that. So I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Other commissioners, do other commissioners have a perspective on where we should go with this?
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I think I mostly agree with Commissioner Maestas on this. Just let staff take care of business. One of the issues is that this software doesn't run on your laptop on your desk. It needs a much more powerful computer. A couple of years ago, when we were talking about this with the San Juan generating and the need to be able to look at the models ourselves, we were trying to get, or there was an effort to get the license brought to Socorro there at New Mexico Tech. They were willing to host it on their computers. That university doesn't have any conflicts because they're not helping any of the other utilities. And that's something we have to look at. Some professors at universities are expert witnesses for our utilities as well. And so we want to make sure we avoid those conflicts. So I am in favor of getting the software. And because it's at a university, it doesn't cost as much, but we are able to use it. It benefits the school because those kids are able to learn how to use a piece of software that isn't widely available. So it could be a draw to the state of New Mexico to bring kids in for an opportunity to be educated on something that isn't just widely available. So it's a benefit to everybody. You know, initially I was thinking we could just put it on a laptop and make that available to the public because it's a publicly owned computer, but that won't work. So I was thinking along the same lines, but it's going to need a little bit more involvement. I don't think we need to be, this is just a plan. There's the proper time when they come in for CCNs, when they come in for rate cases, that we have the hearings and discuss whether they're headed in the right direction or not. But this is just a plan. It's compliance filing. Our staff is busy with a number of cases right now. We've got El Paso, we've got SPS, we've got the ETA, you know, coming into effect with PNM on all sorts of issues. There's a lot of cases out there. I don't think we need to make a case out of a plan. So I agree with Commissioner Maestas. Let's get the staff the tools they need to just make sure that it does fall within the requirements and move on.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, if I may just add just a few more comments, excuse me. If you look at Rule 17.7.3.13, it gives the commission a prerogative to ask for additional investigation and information. And I think, you know, requesting models and data under a protective order is consistent, you know, with that part of our rule. And nothing should prevent us from using outside expertise. If we need help with these model runs, let's acquire it. And then lastly, this IRP finally shows us the path to carbon-free energy for PNM in the 2040 milestone year. But one thing, you know, it's a two-pronged analysis, and I'm concerned about the reliability analysis. That model, I think it's the SERV-M model. And so as an engineer and someone who has apprehension about the power system reliability with that much renewable energy, I'd like staff to run that analysis. I'd like them to at least replicate and confirm PNM's findings in that IRP, especially with respect to the reliability portion of that modeling.
Comments from other commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Well, this is a robust discussion here, which I think is good because I think this is kind of a thorny issue. And I think the problem partially stems from the fact that we amended the rule in 2017 to address a problem that had festered for a while, which was that these IRP cases had become extensively litigated largely over the issue of whether the company had really looked at the utility in question, whatever, had looked at all feasible alternatives. And so it led to a lot of litigation, and the hearing examiners were indeed really seeking help with that because the same issues they had CCN cases had the same issues in common. So I was part of working on that, and that was my first year there, and I hadn't been that familiar with IRP cases in the past. And I remember Commissioner Lyons and another commissioner were very interested in making changes, but we weren't sure what to do. And I suggested this.
Hang on one sec. There's some background noise that is coming in. So everyone, please take a look, put yourself on mute so we can hear Commissioner Hall.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
the proposal I made was basically based on my knowledge. I think I still hear that sound. Can you
Yeah.
still hear it? Well, let's see. I mean, I could try to stop my video if that would help. It's still there, isn't it? Well, let me
Sounds better
proceed.
now.
Okay. It's based on my knowledge of NEPA, you know, National Energy Policy Act, and they have a public engagement process. Why don't I try stopping my video to see if that helps? I have no idea. Is that helping? No,
No.
must be somebody else. Well, I'll try to talk slowly. Maybe that helps.
You're doing fine. We can hear you. It's annoying, but
You know, I had the benefit of, I guess, at the time of being, of not knowing about many other public participation processes. So I suggested this process of permitting comments from the public with a response by the company to be written. And then I don't recall who made the suggestion that staff do the review, but that's what it got into the rule, and it was rushed. And that was also prior to the time when anybody in the commission, at least, had become aware of any concept of an Energy Transition Act. That was in 2017. It wasn't even until 2018 when the first bill proposal arose for securitization. So that was then, and this is now. And now we have this imperative to reach 100% clean energy and all the requirements that have arisen from that are now imposed on our agency. And I think there was kind of a watershed event with the replacement resources case, wherein we all realized that to really be able to understand what a full analysis of what is the best available option in a procurement, at least in that case, was by having shared opportunity to use the software, either through the companies using it on behalf of a participant or having the participant acquire it themselves and run their own runs. And that lent a meaningful comparison to the process, when before there was the fight, as I said, was over how do we know what's really the best option among all feasible alternatives. In fact, there was a time when in 2015, when one of the participants in the case actually spent $17,000 in order to acquire Strategist, which was the software used at the time to have the opportunity to run independent runs. So now it's clearly the process that has to be done in order to make this kind of assessment. And I completely understand the joint movements wanting to have that opportunity to do that. I also know that it really does diverge from what one would expect to do from just reading the rule. But the rule, as I say, was written in a world that was far simpler for purposes of achieving the objective, which is to determine whether or not the company has complied by providing alternatives and of what they think is going to be the most cost-effective option. So And I, frankly, as I've looked at this case, I've also realized that we probably built in a flaw in that rule insofar as we impose review process on staff when they're also a party that submits comments similar to the activity of an advocate if this were an adjudicated case. So they have to wear two hats. I don't think that's a good thing. I think there needs to be meaningful review of these alternatives that are generated by other parties. And, but I think the staff that might be better suited to do that would be the commission advisory staff. And given the recent events where we've had the replacement resources case, I think that really hearing examiners, or at least those hearing examiners, are in a better position to entertain the issues that they'll have to look at, because at least they have a little expertise from that case. And I guess I shouldn't characterize it as a little expertise either. And I also think that I agree with, I forget who mentioned it, maybe Joe, that staff, no, it was Commissioner Byrd who was mentioning that staff is got a lot on their plate right now. Of course, the hearing examiners do now, but I think there's more expertise that resides with the hearing examiners, at least in the short term. So I would be in favor of permitting the parties to be able to conduct their own runs, or have the utility conduct the runs for them with their strictly using their inputs. But I really, in this particular instance, I really like Mike's suggestion of having a hearing examiner hold a meeting with the parties so they can work out what would be the most expeditious process for doing that step. Because I think they're best situated among the members of our staff to do such a go through such a decision-making process. And actually, I was going to mention this in this meeting in commissioner communications, but it's relevant here that I've been trying to do the groundwork so that I could come before the commission to propose either a NOPR or a notice of inquiry, and we're trying to figure out which would be appropriate. But I think it could be just a NOPR going forward, because the issues are very clear of revisiting the integrated resource plan rule so that it may be revised to make it more relevant to the regulatory context we're in today, which involves, having to run optimization software when we're looking at any procurement of new generation or other ancillary service, or even when we're looking at such things to consider for purposes just of determining whether or not this regulatory requirement in the integrated resource plan is being met. So I think there's a strong nexus between the integrated resource plan and procurement processes. So I'm looking to see if there is a way of combining our regulatory requirements in one rule, in the integrated resource plan rule that way. So I think we're really right now at a point of flexion where, we've got this rule, but really the context in which we find ourselves has changed drastically since it was written, and really tilts toward this far more complex way of examining alternative resource choices. So I don't think we can just strictly follow the terms of this rule without working a hardship and an unfairness to the public. I think it really is important for parties to be able to have runs run or be able to run them themselves. And so we have the full scope of what the meaningful alternatives are, so that there's an opportunity to conclude, has this requirement under the integrated resource plan actually been met or not. So I would propose, I suggest, I'm not proposing anything new. I don't think. I'm suggesting that we proceed to permit that. And I think both proposed orders say that. But I would suggest we follow Mike's advice of at least sending to the parties, to the hearing examiners, so they can develop a process that most closely resembles, the rule, but provides some recognition of the depth of analysis that has to go in to the process. So those are my comments.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have a perspective on this? Whoops, I guess we may have lost her for a minute.
Mr. Chairman, if
Mr. Chairman?
there you are. Thank you.
There she is.
Okay. For some reason, my phone, I don't hit the unmute button. It's just unmuting itself on its own. But anyway, getting to the point. When we start planning for renewable energy, and when we make decisions for renewable energy, such as the application that is before us, we need to have that expertise. We need to have that technical staff on board to advise the commissioners the best path and to evaluate every point of the process. And frankly, ETA did not allow that. ETA has given us the path to approve renewable energy projects without the expertise, without the additional FTEs, and also additional funding, such as outside consultation. We have to live with that. That is what is provided for us. The best expertise that we have in the Agency of Public Regulation Commission is the hearing examiners. They can bring the parties together. They can look beyond the purpose of the variance and also seek, full evidentiary hearing, discovery, filing of testimonies. So I support appointing a hearing examiner to review this application. That's my stance on that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've been listening, and I think a lot of the comments are germane and right on. But what I'm seeing is I did go through the IRP, and it's an extensive document. And I noticed a couple things. One is there is a section 1.3 that summarizes the input from Public Advisory Group. And section 1.3 is less than a page long. And the items that they're acknowledged that they took account of that input were just 2 or 3 minor ones. And so it gives me a concern that while there was a public advisory group, they had very little impact on what came out in the plan, which I think makes it triply important that these groups who have asked to have extended comment have an opportunity to do that. Because at this point, I would have to say this is P&M's plan, and public advisory process didn't achieve what we would hope would it achieve through the rule. So I personally like the idea of giving 60 days for interested parties who've moved or answered this motion to do their analysis and assessment and give their own recommendations to add to this document. Secondly, I think staff, secondly, I think the hearing examiner, I don't believe in the idea of doing a full litigation on this for the reasons that Commissioner Montoya and Commissioner Byrd pointed out, which is this is a plan. This is not
Montoya, what?
Who's that?
It's a great name.
Pardon?
You said Montoya, not
Oh,
Maestas.
Commissioner Maestas, excuse
That
me.
was quite some time ago.
And
Excuse
Jason
me.
took that as a compliment.
Definitely.
Commissioner Maestas and Commissioner Byrd, I think, are absolutely correct in saying this is a plan, and we should not be turning this into a big litigation. So we want to get everyone's points of view and alternatives out there, but we don't have to have a big fight about who's right. We can do that when we get to the CCNs and PPAs and whatever. But this will give us a context for those discussions. Third, as I read through the IRP, I saw a lot of assertions made by P&M about what should be done that very well could be questioned. It could be questioned from various sides. And we needed to give an opportunity, whether it's NM area or whether it's CCAE or Western Resource Advocates, they should all have an opportunity to do that. Regarding access to modeling, I think we're all on the same page here. But I think Cynthia expressed it quite well, is we set kind of a precedent in 195. And actually we were heading there in previous cases, is that my belief is that unless people can dig into these models and know exactly what they are, they're not evidence, they're not fact, they're just hearsay. And I know, so I think it's really vital to use these tools the way they're intended to use. You take a model, you put in assumptions, and you come up with alternatives. And that shouldn't just be P&M doing that. That should be all interested parties have an opportunity to do that. And I think that's been a real step forward for the commission that we've gotten there. And I don't want to take a step back. So I think pretty much everybody, if I heard them right, is on board with that. So finally, I like the new thing with Mike from when we talked yesterday. I like the hearing examiner setting up how we get that access and being sure that it's complete, and that access has to be complete. Because if you don't know all the assumptions in the model, you don't know what you're doing when you're changing just one assumption. You have to see the whole thing to know how to use it and to be sure it gives you the information you want. So I think it's good to have a hearing examiner set up that process, but kind of limit their involvement to setting up that process and then just saying when the plan is complete according to rule. I agree with Cynthia, if I heard you right, Cynthia, that I don't believe the staff should be deciding when the plan is complete, because in every other place, they're an advocate, a party to the case.
Mhm.
And even though this isn't, even though this is not one where we're making decisions, it's not an
It's not adjudicated.
adjudicatory docket. I mean, it is in the sense of saying, okay, the plan is complete. And I think it's important for staff to maintain its role as an advocate.
Mhm. I do too.
So
I agree with that.
pardon. So I probably disagree with Joe and Jeff on that, is that I think we really muddy the waters if we have them staff decide that the plan is complete. I think that belongs to the hearing examiner. And I think that's kind of what Commissioner Vicente Aguilar and Commissioner Hall were saying.
Yeah.
I do believe, though, that staff should have access to the model, and to the extent that they can, have the resources to give input like all the other folks that are commenting. And finally, I just say, I don't need to see any particular decision on who's right or who's wrong. I just need to see all the models and all the different perspectives.
Mhm.
And clearly this plan has only given us 2 alternatives, and that's not enough. And whether it's NM area or Sierra Club or any of the other folks who would like to comment, I think it's important to see their alternatives so that we have a fulsome record to look at when we go forward and consider actual adjudicatory dockets. So anyway, that's my thoughts.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Maestas.
All right, Steve.
Go ahead. You have permission to mangle my name now.
Well, thank you for summarizing it. I thought that was very good. But, when I looked at 177312, the utility division makes a written recommendation to the commission regarding the IRP. And it recommends whether or not we accept it. And so I'm a little confused in terms of where the public interest lies in the review of this planning document. I understand it's a planning tool, but I think that by designating a hearing examiner to hear from the parties and facilitate an exchange of information, we're going beyond the intent of the rule, which is to kind of narrow the proceeding. And so that's why I can't really wrap my head around where the public interest lies, why this recommendation seems to, maybe go outside the scope and the intent of the rule. So I'm not convinced. And I also want to just remind my colleagues that my alternate order also extends the time frame for everyone involved, starting with public comments. It extends it 60 days. And of course, it cascades, for additional time for comment response and commission action. So I think that part of my order mirrors what Mike is proposing, and it's consistent with staff recommendations in terms of extending the time frame in the form of a variance.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Well, if I may, I'd like to respond to Commissioner Maestas' concern about what he sees as going beyond the scope of the rule by having the hearing examiner, conduct this meeting, I would call it, or I guess a hearing, so that the parties can work out a process. And then also, I think that's where the recommendation decision has to lie. And I know that's what the rule says, But my reason for thinking that we should depart from that, and we're free to do that, we can waive rules that we make, is because of our changed circumstances, and also because I think we did not think that through. When we made that rule, I think it was a mistake. And I think we shouldn't put staff in the position of essentially wearing two different hats. I mean, they submit comments on the one hand, and then they make a determination based on everything else, whether or not the company has complied. I think that puts them in an untenable situation. So I think it was really an error in the rule, and I think we should amend it. But we can't do that right now, but I think we are free to waive that portion of the rule to do what we think is more just. And in my opinion, it's better to place that decision of whether or not the rule has been complied with at the level of hearing examiners, because that's their role. That's the type of role they fill, and nothing else. So that was my reasoning there. I mean, I know it's a departure and it seems unusual, but I don't think it's in any way improper, given that we have that freedom to waive rules. And I think in this circumstance, that is what we should do for that portion of it. So those are my comments there.
Can we call for the question, Mr. Chair?
Well, we've got all these different proposals, and we have Mike's draft. So I'm not sure what question we're calling here. So Commissioner Mastis, go ahead. Tell me what you're thinking.
Well, I'm poised to make a motion to approve my alternate order, but I would rather that we address Mike's motion first. And I'm talking about his most recent, because in fact, Mike, can you just confirm that your original order is withdrawn and you are putting your most recent order that you verbally described to us as your recommended order?
Commissioners, I guess it's not really my motion or anything. It's the order that I circulated basically is just revised to provide for the hearing examiner. And I just wanted to clarify that the role of the hearing examiners that I included in there is only to conduct the type of contact and communication with the parties on how to facilitate the request for access to the modeling that I think all the commissioners are proposing should be given, because, and the reason for that is just because the commission has a much more sluggish ability, let's put it that way, to respond to the parties on these kind of issues. And I went back and I looked at the 195 case, and even though the hearing examiners had initially issued an order requiring P&M to make a proposal, I think 4 days after the date of the order, and then the parties to respond within 4 days, it looked like the last pleading that resolved that whole process was almost a month later, over a month later. So I would hope that this would be a much shorter process because the parties went through it once before. And it may only take a couple of days, I don't know. But to the extent that any of the parties, raise issues that need to be addressed or anything like that, and I have to bring it back in front of the commission, we end up pushing this thing out to a month easily, potentially. So that was why I added that to there. So that's basically just what I wanted to address about that.
Okay, so Commissioner Maestas, you're making a motion on your
Mr.
order?
Chair, Mr. Chair, before you, can I intercede for a moment?
Sure, go ahead.
based on what Mike has said, then I think I should make an amendment to a proposed amendment to his order, which would provide that the conclusion of whether or not, once all the process has gone through, the conclusion of whether or not the company has complied with the requirements of the rule be made by the hearing examiner. I would tack that on as an amendment to the proposed order that
Well,
Mike is proposing.
Yeah.
And we would therefore, it would have to include terminology that we would waive that portion of the rule to shield staff from, apparent
Personally, I'm feeling a little at a loss here because I haven't had an opportunity to read Commissioner Maestas' alternative order.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and he was getting ready to make a motion, and then we came in on the amendment idea that you have for Michael's proposed order. I guess there's a couple ways we could go here. We could take a little break and give everyone a chance to just catch up and reread these orders, because Michael's has been updated, and Joe's been, I haven't even seen it other than hearing his description. So it might make sense to take a 10-minute break or 15-minute break and then come back and make our motions.
Mr. Chair, could I ask, I know there's, well, I don't recall the details of what other deadlines are impinging on us, but I don't think 10 minutes is really, I don't think 10 minutes really covers it. I think we need to think about it more. We could maybe handle this next week, or if you guys want to do it in 10 or 15 minutes, that's okay with me. Because I've been thinking about this quite a bit, but if you guys are comfortable with that, that's fine. But unless we're pressured by a deadline, we could also off, but I prefer not to put things off. So it's up to you, the rest of you, really.
Other commissioners weigh in. Do you want to come back and do this next week, or do you want to vote this today?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I like that recommendation. Maybe as a stopgap measure, maybe we can act on time extensions in the form of a variance. And number one, and number two, is Mike's motion in final form? Even if we take a break, are we going to have him recite it again, or is it in final form? So just those are my two issues.
Okay. Mike, is there a reason we need to decide this week, and is your motion in final form?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my motion, I've been sort of just tweaking it while I've been sitting here.
Okay.
Because there was a request for that language. I was trying to come up with language earlier this morning. I thought I had communicated that the role of the hearing examiners I was contemplating by email. But with regard to the first question, the only issue is that would be that the commission could certainly issue a very simple order just extending the time frame for the submission of comments pending the commission taking this up again at a future meeting to issue a more definitive order. That's not a problem.
Okay. And would that time frame include people getting access to the modeling?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I think that's the substantive issue that the commission's wrestling with. So I would say no. The thing that was driving the need for an expedited presentation to the commission was the fact that if the time frame is not extended, then the public comments are due tomorrow.
Okay.
That's what it was, yeah.
Just real quick comment, yes or no, or you guys want to go ahead and vote on current proposals today, or do you want to just do the narrow extension of time that Mike asked for and handle the rest next week?
I prefer the narrow
Extend the
extension of time. Yeah, extension of time.
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay, so we'll do the extension of time. And Michael, what's that order read like?
Actually, there was, let me see. That was actually, I think I left blanks in that area because that was going to kind of depend. I mean, I think at this time, as long as we give an extension past next week, you know, we're certainly fine. I mean, you could just say 20 days, which was what I think I had originally suggested. And then, you know, we can modify that by next week.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at it's therefore ordered, and that looks pretty narrow. It's just the extension of time, correct?
Correct.
So
Mr.
we're
Chair.
voting on it is on everything below it is therefore ordered.
Okay.
Well, I think, doesn't this throw us back in a default to Mike's original order?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen Mike's order of this morning. I understood what he explained, but I haven't seen it. I didn't get it either. So
That's because I sent it I sent what I was thinking by email, rather than doing yet
oh,
another.
I see. I see what you're saying. Okay, so I didn't miss it then. It's here.
So what the last form of order that I had proposed and circulated to you has a paragraph B in the order that says a variance from the time schedule for the submission of public comments from the expiration of the 20-day period provided by 17.7.3.12 NMAC is granted, and an additional blank days is granted to permit further review of PNM's IRP. And then it said for the submission of alternate modeling runs, but obviously we would strike that last portion of the sentence. And then it says the applicable deadlines for response comments by the utility, review by the Commission's Utilities Division staff, and PRC approval of the IRP shall be extended by that period of time. And then I wasn't really sure how to phrase that. And so I wrote in, i.e. PNM gets 20 extra days, staff plus 20, Commission plus 30 from the original date.
Isn't that longer than we need? We really just need another week to make a decision, and then we can make a meaningful extension. And I think I would have to I think I described how I would amend your proposed rule, but I think I need to have another week to be able to write it the way I want to see it. So
Yeah.
So Commissioners, I was just reading
points that we're going to need to somehow combine into a final order here.
Yeah.
And the week I think is really necessary probably to do that.
Yeah, I was going on by what I had received yesterday from Mike, the order from yesterday, in terms of what I remembered it contained.
So
and further what he described, but what I'm seeing now in this email is different from what, is not exactly what I thought he described. So I think we should postpone it for a week, but then I think we should say more than 20 days, maybe 60 days, because the parties will have to run runs, they'll have to do optimization software runs. I don't think that can, according to the joint movements, at least movers, that they need more time than 20 days to be able to do that.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, what I was reading was just for clarification of what was in the order, the last order that you received. I wasn't actually proposing that we adopt that, but I think for purposes of what we are discussing, which is to avoid the time lapsing under the existing IRP rule, I think it would be sufficient for the Commission to just issue an order saying that time frame basically will not apply and will be addressed at the Commission's next open meeting.
Okay, so we'll waive the deadline of tomorrow, the 18th, which would have been, that's the end of the first 20-day period. Is that what that was?
That's
Or-
correct.
Okay, so we'll waive that until next week when we can issue order telling them what the process will be, telling the parties what the process will be going forward. Correct?
Yes, I think that would suffice.
Okay. So does that require a vote now then to waive that deadline?
Would.
Move it, Commissioner.
Okay, I move that we,
No. Commissioner Maestas beat you. He cheated by breaking in.
no, he said move
But I'll
it.
let you second.
He was telling me to do it, I
I'll
thought.
let you second.
Yes, I was.
I feel guilty because I mangled his name, so I have to let him cheat now to make up for it.
Steve, I think you misheard him. He was suggesting that I make the motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
She is correct.
he's nodding. I heard something better than somebody else for
You're
once.
better than me. You got it. Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay,
Commissioner Hall first, Commissioner Maestas seconds. He's not going to let me make it up to him. And yeah, she's holding it over me. Yeah, Mike, would you take the roll?
Mr. Chairman, is there no other comment, discussion of that?
Any other discussion? Let's find out. I think we're set.
Sounds like no. I'll take the roll. Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the order waiving the applicable 20-day period for the submission of the first round of public comments is approved by a vote of 5-0. And I don't know if it needs a specific motion or order to me but I will bring this back for next week on next week's agenda.
So moved. I move to bring it back next week.
I second. It's on. What you ask, it's on.
Okay.
Thanks. That was good discussion. I think, Michael, you'll have a busy week with a lot of input. So
Well, I apologize. I spent most of the morning on the phone with different commissioners, so I was sort of handicapped in my ability to put the language in a better form. Just talking about in my email.
That's all right.
No excuses necessary.
that's right.
Correct.
It was a short time frame. Okay, so we're on to discussion items. And Commissioner Maestas, discussion regarding the budget update.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, colleagues, we are approaching the end of the state fiscal year. And right now we're under a moratorium on budget adjustment requests imposed on, I think, all state agencies until March 21st. And as we're in the middle of discussing our 2-year plan and laser focusing on needed resources, I think it's incumbent upon us, given our fiduciary duties, to begin closely tracking the budget and identify opportunities to perhaps aggregate available funding for contracts, to hire outside expertise to assist us and jumpstart some of these rulemakings that have been pending since 2019, and for other reasons, perhaps outside technical expertise to assist the advocacy staff in the utility division. That's my express goal of this, but it could give us an opportunity to talk about other things, the status of the hiring plan, the potential for any kind of vacancies. And so that was my express goal, but I think we need to come up with a routine way to get a snapshot of the budget as we approach the end of the state's fiscal year to be, I think, be informed and engaged in these budget adjustment requests and be prepared on March 22nd, with our budget adjustment to give us ample time. Let's just say if we do move money to more contracts, to give us time to go through the procurement process and bring outside expertise into the PRC and fully obligate our general funds. I think that is the ultimate goal, is to not revert any. And look, I understand Jason has done a great job. He sent a lot of information. If you look at that bar log, he's closely monitoring the budget. But I want to maybe turn it over to Jason. We hadn't talked before this meeting, but without getting too much into the weeds, I want to maybe have him go through the budget update and then maybe look at just briefly describing the status of the hiring plan and projected budget expenditures through anticipated hires, and then maybe end with the bar log and maybe end with a discussion on how we can manage our resources and put us in a position maybe to hire some outside expertise.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Mestas and others, thank you. I guess you're right. We didn't discuss, and I worked on the budget projections. Well, actually, I got to give credit to Annette for working on the budget projections from ASD. I also provided a vacancy report, and I can talk to that in detail. But if we just looked at, and if you had an opportunity to look at those FY21, P611, P612, and P613 budget projections, there's a lot of information that goes behind it. But the most important page is page 2 of each of those PDFs. And I'm not sure if you all can see this on my screen or not right now. Do you see the P611 budget projection?
No, we're looking at the agenda still.
Let me share another screen here and I'll go through this. I think this will fix the problem. And so, this isn't confidential information or anything of secret. It is the PRC's actual budget projection for FY21. And we are constantly updating this document as new hires come on board, as people resign or retire, or as budget adjustment requests are identified for each program. One of the probably most important programs is P611. Obviously, that's the utilities division with all of the work that we've been discussing, the work plan, miscellaneous information. This is a consolidation and update of everything. So right now, I like to always just look at page 2, which I'm currently projecting here at the bottom right corner, and at the totals of what we are anticipating through June 30th, 2021. And
Mr. Chair, is it okay if we ask questions as Jason goes through this?
Well, Jason, that's up to you.
Sure. I mean, I'm not the person. I guess I'll defer back to Commissioner Maestas. I know this is your agenda item, so however you want to. The format's good with me. I do have Jim Williamson and Annette Reynolds on the call, on the Zoom call as well, so they are also available to respond to questions. I'm just going to maybe I can give a brief overview of how to read these things, because we really haven't shared them with the commissioners frequently. Maybe once a year, you guys probably see this when we prepare our budget requests. And so just wanted to make sure everybody understood how to actually read it. I think the most important information is here at the bottom right, or at the bottom of each page 2 of each program, which kind of says, are we in the red or are we in the black? And where do we need to make adjustments? As you know, most of our adjustments are going to be in the hiring plan, because that's where we either save or can invest monies through vacancy savings. So right now, P611 as an example. And so Commissioner Maestas, I should probably pause. Did you have a question before I continue?
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe see if the projections to fill vacant positions are still realistic and on track. And, did we consider any kind of attrition or turnover or retirements in those projections?
Good question. And I can pull up the vacancy report, hiring plan, after I present these three budget projections, and then I'll touch on that if that's okay.
Okay.
All right. So anyway, we're projecting around $200,000, and then there's a breakdown up here at the top. And let me just explain, and you probably already know this, but the 200 category, which is here at the top, is for personnel services and employee benefits. That's basically the PRC's people. 300 category is contractual services, and then 400 category is basically everything else. And Annette will correct me if I speak wrong, but this $220,000 in the red is actually addressing the budget adjustment request forthcoming after the moratorium is lifted. And so we're already anticipating approval for that. And Annette has included it in these budget projections. And so if you just look at our vacancy or if you compare the hiring plan to the 200 category alone, that's where we're probably going to have to respond to most of the questions that Commissioner Maestas has already presented. And right now, we are anticipating about 66.5 thousand in general fund reversion. Actually, I may not say that correctly, but 66,500 is what we are anticipating of having available at the end of the fiscal year, right? And then, of course, the general fund breakdown is included in this table as well. And so when you really look at our vacancies in P611 and you start to say, okay, what does that mean to me? The way I've been managing it is, does that mean I can actually add another FTE to the hiring plan for consideration? At this point, with only 4 months left, I would have to say yes. And that's the way we've been managing and discussing this internally. And then I would go back to the drawing board with the division directors and say, okay, these are the individuals that are currently available for hiring in P611 that are not included in the budget projection. So which ones or one should we add? And that's the way the conversations have been going internally and getting input from each of the division directors. Obviously, sacrifices have to be made. Decisions have to be made as well as to which division are we going to prioritize? And if there's one P611 FTE available, well, does that mean OGC gets it, the hearing examiners get it, utilities division gets it, or legal division gets it? Like we have to really prioritize and discuss amongst the division directors ourselves to make that decision. And ultimately I prepare a plan and share that with the directors and get buy-in on it. And so that's just a real general broad overview of how we've been managing and looking at this budget. The contractual services, honestly, I depend on, and for the most part, that 300 category, in my opinion, is dedicated to the utilities division and the agency. That's really where most of that is coming from. And I will also defer to Jim and Annette if they wanted to add anything on that category itself. And I'll pause for a moment if you wanted to add anything on contractual services, Jim or Annette.
Mr. Chair and Jason, yes, that's correct. It's basically contractual services along with some things that you wouldn't think of contractual, like towing. But it's for the most part contractual service and utility division in that 300s category. Thank you.
Yeah, and one of the things, Jim, I guess that's important for commissioners to also understand is, every time we have a service that may be considered a contractual service, we have to work really close with our oversight agencies and get a determination or get their input and direction if this is a professional service or a general service. And if the answer is yes, the workflow differs between the two. What forms we use, what contract that we use. So there's a lot that goes into contractual services. I have to be honest with you. I mean, even the RFP process, it's pretty lengthy. I mean, if we were wanting to consider a sole source contract services, and I'm not trying to give you a sole source 101 training today, I'll need a whole nother day just for that. But it's complicated. I mean, you have to go through a pretty rigorous process, and I guarantee you John Reynolds can attest to that from his experience as well. With that, commissioners, I'm going to go right into, not really going to, and I guess I should, with all due respect. This is the P612. P612 consists of basically the State Fire Marshal's Office and the Pipeline Safety Bureau. And the reason this reversion appears to be so high is because of the Fire Protection Fund, mainly. And that'll be reverted after each fiscal year. So as you are aware, the Pipeline Safety Bureau, it doesn't have any vacancies. And so the projections are pretty spot on. Obviously, there's a lot of savings in the 300 and 400 category because of the travel restrictions that have been applied to these public safety components. And so that's, that basically is by default due to the pandemic. And then also the final one that I will share with you is the one that we probably have been monitoring the closest is the P613 program support budget projection. Previously, we were in a situation where we were actually projecting this one to be in the red, and hence the reason for some of the budget adjustment requests that have been presented in the documents that I emailed out. And right now, we seem to have this under control. We made some adjustments in how the chief of staff and allocation was being made to certain programs, and we all agreed this would be the approach. And so we also made some adjustments in staffing that would allow the ASD division to get at least one additional administrative support person. And also we have been, and I have been working on recruiting a specialized PIO. And I've used the word specialized because we've had the discussion about that position in the past. And we really conducted some interviews and have made a offer and have been accepted, by the way, to a person that has the ability to do more than just put press releases and act as a single public information officer. The individual has consulting services and actual ability to mediate and confer with commissioners and assistants. And so it's going to be more broad of what the expectation and primary job assignments are for this individual. In fact, I'll be able to introduce the new hire next week to the commission. So look forward to that. And now any questions on these budget projections and how they're currently being presented?
Mr. Chair, Jason, I had a question. Sure. On the previous slide, in the 400 category, I know you were mentioning pretty substantial savings, and I see there's something over $7 million. And that's, you say, due to the fact that we didn't travel and some other reasons. What were the other reasons?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Hall, the main reason for this significant number is due to the Fire Protection Fund, which gets transferred in the fiscal year.
Yeah, it gets transferred. Okay, fine. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
That's all.
Let me pull up this hiring plan. So this is a hiring plan. Well, we can refer to it as a couple of different documents. It's the vacancy report, but I also take advantage of it and actually track and monitor our hiring plan, okay? And so we have been, and I have asked the division directors to try and be as proactive as possible to project when somebody is going to be retiring. And I'll use Mark Sesrich as an example from our utilities division. He did, very professionally share with the director that he would be retiring this year. And what we've been trying to do, Commissioner Maestas, to overcome that is double fill the position, and to at least possibly allow a 2-week overlap would be my goal for some possible training and transition to the new hire. In utilities division, and if needed, I can give John an opportunity to also express his difficulty in backfilling positions, is because we had, if you recall, in March of 2020, right before the pandemic, we probably had at least 9 or 10 personnel actions submitted to the state personnel office and requesting their approval. But those personnel actions were tabled due to the pandemic. And when they lifted the hiring freeze and established the exemption request process, we basically had to start all over, which really set us back quite a bit. As you can imagine, all of the interviews, the background checks, the reference checks, all of that was already done. And we had made some recommendations to the state personnel office, and that was just tabled. And we actually even asked if and when the hiring freeze was going to be rescinded, if they would at least take those into consideration and pick up where we left off to prohibit the delays in obviously that contributes to vacancy savings and why it's been somewhat difficult. When now that we've been able to backfill the bureau chief positions within utilities, and I believe I made this announcement along with John made this announcement that the most qualified individuals were basically recruited from within. And so although we didn't grow the agency by another body, we then have to start the process over for the positions that they vacate, right? And so it's kind of been a revolving door. I think we are catching up with where we were back a year ago, but it's taken some time. It really has. I mean, I don't have any other excuses except for the fact that we've been trying to cope and deal with the pandemic and how it's impacted our ability to streamline and expedite some of these hiring processes. And so those budget projections that I just went over basically take into consideration everything that you see highlighted in blue on this report, okay? The items down here below are what is basically pending internal action or pending SPO approval. And I'm going to try to highlight them here on my screen.
Hey, Jason,
Sure.
Jason, can you display the hiring plan?
Okay, you do not see it. I'm sorry. Let me
No.
do it here. Sorry about that.
No worries.
All right, how about that?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for calling me out on that. Appreciate it, Mr. Montoya. I mean, Maestro. Thank you, Commissioner. Anyhow, so this vacancy report that I shared with the commissioners, and we as we update it, we do distribute to the division directors. They can share it with their staff at their prerogative during their meetings. I'm guessing some of them do, because there should be some internal discussion about, okay, we now have some vacancy savings, and Jason is asking which one of these below that are not highlighted in any color should be considered for hire. And once we identify that position, then we have to submit an exemption request to SPO. SPO weighs in on it. They have denied some of our exemption requests. They've denied some state fire marshal office exemption requests for whatever reason, even though those positions are not even generally funded. So that was kind of a concern and a surprise to me. But nonetheless, everything in blue is incorporated into the budget projections, and everything that is currently displayed in yellow with red font was included in the FY21 hiring plan prior to the governor vetoing and the 4% reduction after the pandemic. So that's how much of a cutback we had to make in what we were proposing to fill. Now, if you really take a snapshot, the program that was impacted the most on those two decisions is the state fire marshal's office. So really, outside of that, in P611 and P613, there's only two positions that has been placed on hold due to budget availability and projections.
Hey,
So
Jason?
that, yes, sir.
Jason, maybe you ought to block out that last column, since these are pending personnel actions. I know you said it's public information, but yeah.
No problem. Is that better?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Hopefully you guys can still see it just fine. I think you should still be able to see it just fine, right?
Yeah, I can see it. If you
Okay,
scroll down a bit.
Let me make can you see it all in one picture? So here, everything above this section of the report is titled vacancy. So these either have pending personnel actions internally or at SPO. So they haven't moved up to the next phase, which would be to advertise. So this whole report, if you wanted to look at it from the bottom up, it's vacancy, advertise, interviewing, selection, okay? And in that process. One thing I do want to highlight real quick is, this agency rate that we also have shared with the House Appropriations Finance Committee, and we will also be sharing with the Senate Finance Committee when asked to present our FY22 operating budget, which is to be determined, really shows you where our target goals are. Our current agency rate has dropped since the last presentation we gave, down to about 21.7%. And with the proposed hiring and those individuals or those positions highlighted in blue, would allow us to decrease the overall agency rate after July 1st to about 7.56. And I highlight after July 1st because obviously that would be without the State Fire Marshal's office, right? So, that is even below what we were told to implement with the budget preparation instructions. I think you probably heard from Annette during a previous discussion when we were preparing the House Appropriations and Finance Committee presentation that we were really targeting like around 10 or 11. And so this is positive to me. I am, in my opinion, this shows that we're going to be able to do more and possibly even hire one or two people with the current fiscal year budget projection. Obviously, as the commission knows, we may have to revisit this depending on what is approved and decided upon. The House Appropriations and Finance Committee approved, and Subcommittee C, shall I say, approved the LFC recommendation, which decreased the PRC's operating budget request by $100,000, respectively, in the 200 category of P611 and P613. So if we actually use these budget projections and implemented that now, it would show that we would be in the red, right? For the 200 category. And so I want to be very cautious about filling additional positions, knowing that we're probably going to get some budget cuts through this legislative session. So, and Commissioner Mayassas, I think I addressed how we try to respond to people respectfully achieving a retirement. We don't really know when somebody's going to resign, right, until we receive a 2 weeks notice. So that's kind of an impromptu reaction. And I've been asking that we try and double fill positions when known to get to at least try to absorb some of that institutional knowledge and transition the training phase over from the incumbent to the new hire. I just want to let the commission know that on behalf of all the hiring managers, it's not an easy process, and it takes a long time and a lot of resources to really get a position. And I know Commissioner Mayassas has been an advocate of moving away from the state personnel office's process. And it's our budget, it's our authorized FTEs. We should have, and I agree with him that we should have more control over where we apply those funds and how we go about recruiting and retaining individuals. So, other questions on this particular handout?
Looking good.
Yeah, I want to commend you, Jason. I think this was a kind of a triple benefit to get a budget update, but we're getting a really good update and a great forecast on the hiring plan. I hope we can still end with a discussion on perhaps looking at ways where we can free up some budget for contracts, and then maybe come up with a more abbreviated budget update so that the commission can track it through the end of the fiscal year, because that's a critical time, right? The critical time is budget development and then submitting the budget. And then it's kind of, finishing the budget, making really solid decisions to fully obligate all of our funding, particularly general fund funding. So if we could maybe think about that going forward, that'd be great.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Mayassas, I think that's a good segue right into it, actually, right now. And I think it's appropriate for the commission to hear from Jim and the restrictions that we might even have related to contracts this fiscal year. Definitely something I agree with you that we should take a very close look for next fiscal year, but I think we're up against some hard deadlines where trying to get contracts in place. I'm not, respectfully, that some of those ships may have sailed, right? And so Jim, do you recall, I know we sent out an email. Do you recall what the deadline was for contracts this fiscal year? If you could summarize that real quick.
Mr. Chair, Jason, Commissioner Maestas, that's approximately in May. But the key word is on these professional service contracts, the services have to be rendered in the current existing fiscal year. So if we were to render a contract, for example, at the end of the bar moratorium, end of March, early April, the service was had to be completely rendered by June 30th of 2021. So that's something to keep in mind. There are exemptions to do multi-fiscal year contracts, but that requires DFA special approval. Thank you.
One other thing to note, Commissioner Maestas, is obviously when we look at those budget projections, if we want to grow the 300 category funding, we have to move money from either personnel or travel. So there's still some sacrifices that would need to be made, right? Do we want to take that $66,000 that we are currently projecting of having available in the 200 category and move it to the 300 category in P611? I think we'd be okay with that because it's not likely we're going to get through all of these items highlighted in blue on our hire plan by the end of the fiscal year, right? And so just adding more hiring process upon the hiring manager's workload at this time, in a very critical time that we're in, may not be appropriate. And so it might make more sense to consider moving that money down to the 300. And if it's needed, and if we can get those services rendered by June 30th, as Jim explained, those are the two big questions that I would present back to, Utilities Division or the Commission if we needed to consider contracting with somebody. There's not a whole lot of budget in P611 400 category. So I probably would suggest we monitor that because it still needs to be made available in the event, commissioners or others need to travel somewhere. That's where that money gets pulled from. Even though we have set aside your appropriation in travel, that's from the 400 category. So I would probably at this point recommend leaving that as is in P611. P613 is already a tight budget, so there's not much we can do there. And the contractual services in P613 for program support, wouldn't benefit a utility case, right? Unless we move the money from P613 back to P611 in that manner. So I think those are just some realistic things that we need to remember and take into consideration as we look at our current and projected budget.
Mr. Chair and Jason, I think that's precisely why I asked for this budget update, to give us enough time to perhaps procure outside professional services and give us time to fully have the services rendered. Because, going into this 2-year planning process, we need to know firmly what resources, however limited, we have to maybe even jumpstart some of these longstanding, work tasks like rulemaking. And there's procurement options out there. We don't have to start from square one. There's cooperative agreements out there that we can piggyback on, either statewide. I've seen planning entities piggyback on other cooperative agreements outside the state. I don't know what kind of procurement restrictions we have, but I think we have some flexibility from a procurement standpoint. But I think the earliest that we can identify some of these funds to give us options to procure outside services to assist us, I think that would really help. And if we're really, counting office supplies and, counting pennies, I'm happy to give up a portion of my travel funds if we can get, some outside services. I understand in the past, the PRC has hired young attorneys, in college through the Center of Public Law, and we have actually paid them. And so those are the kinds of things I think we need to be innovative in managing our workload instead of waiting for the legislature. And I think that by doing this, we're demonstrating to them that we're we're looking in every nook and cranny, right, to empower ourselves, given the existing budgetary constraints, to try and move our work forward. So that's the primary intent of this. And I think, again, we should have an abbreviated budget update until the end of the fiscal year and see what those bars look like. I don't know if we request a number of bars and send it to DFA, are we still frozen pending DFA's approval? So what's the time frame? Let's just say we want to move some money, and our goal is to have $100,000 for contracts to help us with rulemaking and help the utility division with outside technical staff or technical services. If we put that in our bar, we submit it on March 22nd. How long does it take for DFA to take action to really give us the green light to go ahead?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Maestas, there is a 10-day abeyance in statute where DFA and LFC can review those for their consideration. But in reality, it's more like a 2-week process because they have to process it on there and get it in the queue and then let it sit. So it's about a 2-week process.
So we're looking at maybe early April to get a green light if in fact we're able to do that?
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Chair, I realize, the hiring plan is still playing out. We may hit that goal of 7.56%, which is fantastic. But if we don't, we may have a higher vacancy savings, but it may be too late to make any decisions in pulling a trigger on procurement options for us to acquire outside professional services. And so I think it should be a 2-step process. I think we should identify right now if there are any opportunities to aggregate some funds for professional services and include it in the bar, and then move quickly as soon as DFA gives us the go ahead. And in that intervening time, maybe staff, maybe you, Jim, can look at other procurement options to expedite that once we identify our needs at the conclusion of the 2-week work plan process. So that's kind of my goal. Is that possible? Jason, Jim, is that possible?
Well, some quick clarification. If I'm understanding, we can only use those positions through the end of June. So they'd only be available, that contract work, April, May, June. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sure, yes.
Okay. So I guess the thing that I would add, Commissioner Maestas, is it's not a bad idea to be identifying people at the same time that we're looking at the budget that we might want to have help in the task. And of course, that's for this Friday. We can be talking about some of that. But yeah, we have to move quick, and it's expertise that has to be able to benefit us in that short period of time.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Cynthia.
I'd like some clarification too. What type of, so talking about spending some money that is going to go away in what month now? April, not April.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, we're presenting the end of June 30th, the end of fiscal year 21, which is through June 30th right now.
Okay, and this money would have to be spent on contracting services, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, the way it's currently presented is that what the budget availability by category is. Now, what Commissioner Maestas is referring to, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is I'm right now showing that we have about $66,000 available in the 200 category. We could agree right now, and Jim and Annette, we are talking on the fly right now. We haven't had a chance to discuss this, but I would be okay with us saying and agreeing, let's move that $66,000 to the 300 category. That gives you $130K to spend on contractual services between now and June 30th. That's basically the snapshot from this slide.
I say yes.
What's wrong with it? I don't see a downside. I say yes.
Let's use the money, I think, is what the commission's saying. Let's not waste it.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, that was going to be my recommendation. And I know I apologize, Jim and Annette, that we haven't had a chance to talk, but just looking at this and looking at how many positions we are currently working on and trying to fill, you know, waiting to hire one more in July is not going to hurt us, in my opinion. Now, I know, you know, that with all due respect to utilities division and other divisions, you know, there's enough on your plate that, and people that we're currently in the process of hiring, that we need to get through this fiscal year with that money. And I agree. I would suggest that we add to the budget adjustment request this 66 down to the 300 category.
I agree with that recommendation.
Any commissioners disagree with this recommendation? So go for it, Jason.
Yeah, no, thank you. And so that's direction. And OGC, please interrupt if necessary. I don't think we need an action. It's just more discussion. I don't know if is it under discussion items. Yeah, discussion items, but I don't know that there's action necessary. The one thing I will just bring to light up front is this bar makes the money available, right, in the 300 category. We still need to Commissioner Fishman, Chairman Fishman's point, find the individuals and go through the procurement process, approval with the oversight agencies, and that takes time. So I think we could probably, and Annette, I don't know what the risk is here, but we could anticipate approval and proceed. You know, the next budget projection may show that it is in the red, but you know, anticipating approval. Any comment on that, Jim or Annette, that you want to make?
Oh, Mr. Chair and Jason, just an update on that question you had about the end of year deadlines. So the deadlines for sole source procurements are April the 1st. So that'll be here very soon. Any multi-year contracts, we can extend those, which may be applicable in this case with, you know, utility consultants. The extension deadline for existing contracts is May the 17th. And to Jason's point, it takes roughly, with all the oversight agency approvals, it does take about 3 weeks at a minimum, more closer to a month to actually perform the procurement, get the approval from GSD and DFA. Thank you.
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
Of Jim. Jim, so it sounds like you've identified ways to spend the money already, possibly, right? With existing contracts? Or is our question?
Hall, at this time, we only have the one contractor serving the consultant for utilities division currently with a purchase order and contract issued. So that 66,000, that's free and clear at this point in time. But if we can work with utilities division to find out if they'd like additional contractor.
Oh, so that person serves the utility division now?
Yeah, there is currently one, ma'am. Yes, that's correct, for 45,000, and that's already taken into account on the budget projections.
So I guess I'm still confused. Were you suggesting that, for example, that contract, or maybe other contracts you were referring to as well, could be extended by spending this 66,000 on them?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we were in the process of actually extending that existing contractor into FY22 past the June 30th deadline.
Okay.
Out of FY22's budget, but that 66,000 that Jason's identified, that's not spoken for as of yet.
Oh, okay. Okay, fine.
It's not encumbered.
If we want an additional contractor, that'd be where to get it.
Okay, fine. Now I understand.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I guess after hearing this, and I don't want to get into a detailed discussion about procurement tools and options, but I've had a lot of experience with on-call contracts where you have a very broad scope for a contract, and it's a qualifications-based selection process, and you simply activate the services on a task order basis. So it gives us that flexibility. If the advisory staff needs services, it could fall under the on-call. If the advocacy side of the house needs services, you know, they can use this on-call. So this is more of a long-term, maybe procurement tool that we ought to consider. And I'm assuming that we can, to give us much more flexibility and activate, you know, these consultants on a task order basis as budget allows, of course.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Sounds efficient, yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if I may, I think this is also an appropriate time to probably even get John Randall's input. I mean, you know, the Utilities Division, the hearing examiners, and the Office of General Counsel all presented a summary of the caseload that is before the commission and forthcoming. And so I would recommend that's where, you know, the attention and the money be spent is try to get some assistance as needed in those areas. And so, you know, I would like to maybe give the floor over to John if that's appropriate, and just hear from him on, you know, ideas and recommendations of what type of people or companies we are actually be procuring under contractual services this fiscal year.
Yeah,
Let's hear from John. Since this is my agenda item, I think I'm just going to take over as chair from here. What do you think about that, Senator Fishman?
Now I'm a senator instead of a commissioner.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
I was going to say, no way we're going to talk to John since Commissioner Maestas wants to. No, go ahead, John.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Maestas, the contract that, just to give you a little context, the professional services contract that Jim is referring to is for a rate case consultant for the current fiscal year. Now, rate cases don't neatly fall into fiscal years from beginning to end. So sometimes there is so we sometimes have to be conscious of that, first of all. And second of all, that's why I asked Jim not long ago about possibly extending the contract, the provision of services into the beginning of the next fiscal year. I think from a dollars perspective, we have spent less than we anticipated. And the EPE rate case is at the stage where it is before the hearing examiner, who has to draft the RD and then goes to the commission after any exceptions to the RD. So that one is nearing its end, but the SBS rate case is beginning, and the testimony I think is due in May sometimes, but then around May. And so whether we'll need a consultant past June 31st, I think it's a good possibility that we will need those services past the end of the fiscal year. Now, speaking in the longer term, we had that discussion during the workshops, and we have another workshop coming up on Friday, but we would like to continue in the next fiscal year. I mean, we expect PNM to file a rate case in the middle of the year. So I think there's a good chance that we'd like to hire another rate case consultant, possibly the same one, but do it again in the next fiscal year. And without revisiting the IRP to any significant extent, the discussions that were held earlier, I mean, for us to do what Commissioner Maestas was suggesting about replicating and confirming the model output, I mean, that's a significant undertaking. And so that will require additional resources for us to engage a modeling engineer and help us run the model and review the results and run the model again, and access to, as Mr. Solomon has told me in the past, supercomputing resources somewhere, whether it's New Mexico Tech or some other educational institution. So there are significant implications for us to get engaged in that. And that's certainly been our goal. I mean, we've talked about this over the years, ever since the ETA became law, and Mr. Solomon was very effective and advocate in suggesting we need significant engineering resources. And I think I mentioned to you not long ago when I introduced our newest engineer, Eli LaSalle, how long it took us to hire him. I mean, it's not easy. It takes time to have him hired and have him learn the job and develop his expertise. I mean, this is not a matter of weeks or months. I mean, this is a rebuilding process that we're engaged in. And I think you all appreciate the commission's support on this. I think you understand where I'm coming from. So thank you. for hearing me out. I appreciate it.
Thank you, John. Any other thoughts on this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Maestas, just for your information, the contract consultant used for utilities division, that amount encumbered is $60,000, but he still has a $48,000 balance on that. So that's can also be used in addition to the 66 after the bar. Thank you.
Okay.
And
If John
Mr.
isn't
Chair,
going to use it.
just before we end this discussion, I mean, look, there's no doubt about it. And I agree with Jason. And I think it's apparent that the priorities is trying to address all those cases on the docket, right? But we have been using the 2017 National Regulatory Research Institute evaluation as a means to justify a more adequate budget. But in that evaluation, it recommends a more detailed audit. And I think in the back of our minds, it's not a top priority, but I think as commissioners, we should explore following up on that audit. And I think that would even assist us a great deal in justifying our budget to really bear out what some of those preliminary findings were in the 2017 evaluation. So I'm still pursuing that, but it is not a top priority, but I would hope my colleagues would consider that to be an ongoing priority. And, you know, perhaps we can use some of the other organizations that are out there that do this kind of work, the Regulatory Assistance Project and others. And if we commission it, it might even have more credibility in that, well, the PRC is not waiting for the legislature to ask for this detailed audit. They're doing it themselves. So I just wanted to, you know, mention that issue, and it's still prominent in my mind, but obviously maybe not the highest priority right now.
Okay, thank you. And again, we can discuss that a little more on Friday. So let's move on to the next item.
Thank you, Jason, Annette, and Jim, and John, and thank you for kind of clarifying, you know, what it really entails for you and your staff to really work with these models. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, Jason, you get to talk some more.
Well, I'll be brief because we kind of just talked about budget. We're going to talk about legislative matters here in a while. So the only item I wanted to bring to the table was the proposed draft Bochum building lease. I met with the Office of General Counsel yesterday, and we sent an amended version of the lease to the commission for their review. I guess I would probably defer to OGC and guess that we need to put this on the agenda for action, if action is even needed. Otherwise, I just get direction to proceed. It obviously is broken out, just real brief, if I may, Mr. Chair, it's broken out in a 3-month term, a 10-year term, and then 2 option to renew 5-year terms. The 3-year term would be paid through from the DFA Board of Finance grant money. The remainder of the term would be funded through the PRC's operating budget. I mentioned earlier that the LFC recommendation did not decrease the appropriation request in the 300 category, which is where the money for the Bochum building would be. But if here, I'm just going to put this out there, if they were to decrease our personnel services by 100,000, we're back to talking about, is that going to need a budget adjustment request and sacrifice the contractual budget? So those are kind of, just to kind of elaborate a little bit more on what we just talked about, those are decisions that we're going to have to make with FY22. And so keep that in mind as you review the proposed lease. Now, I believe the landlord would appreciate a lease before they will proceed with tenant improvements, but we have identified what projects need to be done before we can actually move, before the building is move-in ready for the PRC. We have identified a moving vendor. We have already gone through that procurement process. There may be a few minor things that we need to do to make sure that we have an approved purchase order in place before. But right now it's targeting April 1st for quote unquote return to work plan. I would need probably a couple of weeks to get our belongings out of the storage unit and situated at the Bochum building. So I think I kind of want to have a discussion about, okay, moving the PRC from storage to facility, right? And then how do we phase people back into the office? And so in a safe and prudent manner, obviously. I have heard that the State Personnel Office continues to work on guidelines for state agencies on how to phase in individuals and set up best practices to be safe and prudent in response to the pandemic. And so that's really all I wanted to update the commission on. Like I said, we already talked about budget, and we'll talk about legislative matters shortly.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you. Commissioner Maestas.
just a quick question. Jason, you had indicated to me that DFA has not released the grant for the lease. What's the status of that? And do we need to inquire further and ask them to release those funds?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Estes. I failed to mention that, sorry. I have been in contact with them. Once we have a signed lease, they will release the funds for the 3 months.
Okay.
Thank you.
Communications with General Counsel.
Or I'll stand for questions, Mr. Chairman, if there are any more before.
Oh, sorry. I want to move along, obviously.
I see that. General Counsel probably doesn't have anything, so you'll be fine.
Yeah. General Counsel, you got anything?
No, I'll pass.
Thank you, Mike.
Commissioners.
I have something. This is Jeff.
You know, you look like God on your photo there, the way you just kind of fade in and out of the background and you're sort of leaning back. I want you to make some commandments or do something. It's just, it's very impressive.
It's mystical, yeah.
Luckily, I'm not easily goaded into having a big head, right? Anyway, two things. I have submitted a name to our chief of staff for our next employee of the month. I just wanted to bring that back up. I haven't heard that in a few weeks, so I just wanted to remind everybody we're still trying to do that. And another issue, I had a constituent from Santa Fe call from New Mexico Gas Company. They hadn't been paying their bill. You know, things changed, and wasn't that they don't want to pay the bill or they don't plan to pay the bill. They just haven't paid the bill. But anyway, the person who called from the gas company told them that if they didn't pay the bill, they would be disconnected. The constituent reminded them that, well, you're under a moratorium, and, you know, I am trying to pay the bill, but you can't just come and disconnect me. And apparently the person that was working for the gas company, and this is secondhand, so you know how that is, but I think it's probably accurate, told them that they were unaware of any moratorium on disconnects. And that was a little concerning to me. I understand companies trying to push to get people to make payments. I'm all for that. They need to be signing up on a payment plan and stuff, but to make that statement is my concern. And if I'd have had a contact with the gas company, I would have just called and said, hey, but I don't have a name. The individual doesn't know the name of the person that was calling from the gas company. But I just want to make sure that New Mexico Gas is aware that at least the appearance of that is out there being stated that way, and make sure their phone technicians, the agents that are making these phone calls, are fully aware of the law that's being implemented. And that was my two comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, did you pass this on to Ryan for him to follow up and on the customer's behalf?
Yeah, that was forwarded on. I just wanted to make it a public statement.
Okay.
About that. I'm just concerned about that one statement that they're unaware of a moratorium. I hope that isn't the case. I hope that was a misunderstanding, but it sure sounded like that's what the customer was told.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Any other commissioner comments? If
Mr.
none, we're
Chairman?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall?
That wasn't me.
No,
That
it's
was
Commissioner.
Teresa.
Oh, Teresa, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we also should think about the scams regarding utility companies and telephone companies. I've been receiving many questionable calls. So this sounds like a scam also. You never know who's calling your home about disconnecting your utility because they want a payment. And so I would alert Ryan Jimenez that, if this is a scam, we would like to get more information about it down the road. Thank you.
Commissioner
Yeah, good point, Commissioner.
Yeah, very good. Commissioner Maestas, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to report that Commissioner Hall and I had a quick Zoom meeting with Dominic Gabello with the governor's office, and we basically made a presentation regarding our budget needs. And I think the sentiment was that the ship has probably sailed, to get anything, from this session. They urged us to try and work through the legislature to get maybe any additional appropriations beyond LFC recommendations, which House Appropriations gave a due pass to. As Jason alluded to, Senate Finance has not acted on our budget, but they're probably going to just endorse the LFC budget recommendations. But Mr. Gabello did ask, with the slight reduction in our budget request, what are the consequences to our budget or our office move budget? Mm-hmm. And I couldn't really answer that question. So maybe Jason, we can talk offline about that. And then the last thing that was discussed is the desire after this session of the executive to start working with DFA to address our budget needs. We did share the presentation with Dominic, and Commissioner Hall had the most recent list of the entire docket sent over just to demonstrate the breadth of some of the workload that we have. And I think that was very impactful too. I don't know, Commissioner Hall, if you want to add to that.
Well, just simply that I tried to explain to him, I did explain to him the bulk of our work, the fact that we're really greatly in need of some budgetary support and recognition because we're so overloaded with new cases that have arisen largely in connection with the Energy Transition Act. So, yeah, he heard it. He was listening, and it was, somewhat comforting that, he seemed sympathetic and, was advising us to see if we could get an amendment, through the Senate Finance Committee. And, we're certainly pursuing that, but it was almost a little bit more hopeful that they're willing to work with us after the session and try to set things up for an improvement later on, I guess. But at least we explained our situation to them.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I could just finish my remarks. What I'm about to say is it's disappointing for me. I want to state, explicitly that everyone knows that by law, it's our duty to balance the interests of utility investors and ratepayers. But what I want to share with my colleagues is a recent media story that broke regarding the campaign to have the constitutional amendment passed to change the PRC from elected to appointed, and by virtue of that, strip our authority from the Constitution and downsize our commission. I'm not going to relitigate that. I was against the constitutional amendment, and I felt the ballot question did not indicate the full breadth of that action. So it's not my intent to relitigate it, but I am concerned about the development regarding a $10,000 contribution to a dark money PAC from the oil industry, a dark money PAC, dark money being funded with anonymous, potentially out-of-state donors, a dark money PAC managed by a representative from the Natural Resources Defense Council. Very alarming to me. The other issue that I have is that Public Service Company of New Mexico was asked, as was all the other investor-owned utilities, whether or not they donated to that dark money PAC. The name of the PAC was Committee to Protect New Mexico Consumers. And there was another PAC that was also running this. And the question wasn't answered by the Public Service Company of New Mexico. Now, the Public Service Company of New Mexico has no legal obligation to disclose whether or not they donated to this dark money PAC, either of those PACs that were promoting that constitutional amendment passage. But I believe they have a moral obligation to disclose that. And so I am calling on the Natural Resources Defense Council to examine their priorities as a pro-environment organization, to have a representative manage a dark money campaign that accepts money from the oil industry, number one. And then number two, I'm just simply calling on PNM to come clean, disclose whether or not you donated to this dark money PAC. I appreciate your presence. We're about to undergo a significant transition in this merger. But to me, corporate citizenship, leveling with the citizens of the state of New Mexico and being as transparent as possible is just as important. So I humbly and respectfully call on PNM to make that disclosure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And, I agree. We'd love to hear. I think there's a strong possibility that it's the case that they did donate to it. And of course, it's also, the press has also discovered that PNM is still contributing to various legislative races as well through various means. So anyway.
That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And with that, why don't we, it's 12:45. Commissioner Hall?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention two things really quickly. Earlier on, when we were discussing, 2133 case, I mentioned that we have I'm working on a possible rulemaking or maybe notice of inquiry, but in any case related to the integrated resource plan and the nexus with procurement processes. So I just wanted to mention that. So that's going on in case that somebody didn't hear it during our previous conversation. But I also wanted to mention, my office is still getting a lot of complaints about bills really skyrocketing in the past couple of months, their electric bills. And some people are calling for an investigation. So my office we need to check with CRD and see how many they have received outside what our office has gotten. But I'm aware of about a dozen now. So there seem to be quite a number of cases. So I just wanted to mention that in case I bring that up later. So that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So with that, it's 12:47 or so. Why don't we come back at 2 o'clock and everybody can take a break, take some lunch, get freshened up to review legislation, and we'll try and move pretty expeditiously through that when we reconvene.
Okay.
Very good. 2 o'clock.
All right. Thanks.
Looks like you and I are it.
Oh, God is back. I
He
feel.
never left me.
I'm here.
I no longer feel cast adrift now that you're here.
There you go. Well, Mike's here. We're all good. All right.
It's safer that way.
Well, hopefully this will go pretty quick. I hope.
Yeah, me too. But I can stay here all day if we have to. Just don't come back tomorrow.
Just the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
I have not had much time to look at legislation because there's just been so many dockets pouring in.
Well, and I don't know. I was afraid you overheard me. I was talking to Kevin Grinwald just a second ago about what's going on with SPP. That's been filling my time up. I keep telling him I'm not the one to call, though. I'm the bobblehead in the window. They don't ask me for decisions. They just tell me what they're doing.
You know, if you play with LeBron, you have to know your role.
That's right. And I would play with him. Somebody paid me $250,000. I'd clean up the bench after we're done.
LeBron would probably dunk you, Commissioner Byrd.
I'd help give him a hand up, man. I wouldn't care. That'd be fun. I might surprise him, though, at least once. My robust build was a benefit.
Mr. Chair, I'm back. This is Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Welcome back, Commissioner.
This is the best thing that you have done for us for 2020-21, Mr. Chair.
What's that?
1 hour lunch break.
Oh.
Priorities, man, priorities.
I was far too nice. And actually, it was 70 minutes. It wasn't just 1 hour. It was 70 minutes. Still not enough.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. I'm ready when you are, and I believe we have resumed recording and are live on YouTube still.
Okay. Commissioner Hall, are you here yet? I'm going to make her say the pledge again. Let's get started, and Commissioner Hall can catch up. Jason, I'm thinking that maybe the best way to go through this is since you and staff have done FIRs on just about all of this, that maybe you should just take the lead in walking us down the bills from top to bottom.
Sure, I can do that. And before I get into the bills from top to bottom, we do have a couple of staff members that wrote FIRs that have to be out by 3. So I'll prioritize those bills up front if possible. But before I continue, what I did is I went through an exercise of trying to highlight the bills that we have identified as including unfunded mandates, which in the slide before you and being broadcasted to the audience, under the bill number column, those are highlighted in yellow. And then under the title, the short title, I have highlighted the bills that had an alternative or an amendment from the draft FIR sent out for review and comment. so you can get a real quick grasp at, some of those items that we talked about last week, right? And then I'm sure the commissioners individually have your very own that you'd like to dive into. I will also recognize that House Joint Resolution 9, the Public Assistance for Infrastructure, and Senate Bill 306, continuation of Northern New Mexico Amtrak services, are struck through on my screen because they shouldn't have been included on the agenda. And so I just want to make that clear that these have been determined as non-impact bills. And they're obviously on the agenda because they were published on the PRC's homepage iframe. So I just for discussion purposes, I don't suggest we spend any time on those. Some of these are very straightforward. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I think what I'd like to do, because of just due to the interest of time, is I'd like to start with House Bill 137. That's the Clean Electrification Act. And I'm going to jump around just for 3 bills and then come back to the top because the staff from the Utilities Division have to be off the phone by 3, if that's okay. I guess also I don't know exactly how much you want me to share with you on this bill. This bill, actually, there's some conflicting schedules that are published right now. I did send out a calendar invitation for this afternoon's committee meeting, but if you look at the committee agenda and you compare it to the legislative website's agenda, it actually looks like it'll be heard on Saturday. So I will update that calendar invitation on the Clean Electrification Act. And I would ask, I guess, the best way would probably be to give the floor over to John and Raj from the Utilities Division, and I'll recognize those that are more instrumental than myself on preparing the FIR, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
And the other option would be if does the commission even want to dive into House Bill 137? Maybe I should actually start there and give that option to the commission, but I don't know that we want to dive into the details of every single bill on this.
No, and I think all I can do is read the title, and if commissioners have a quick response to it, we can just move on to the next.
All right, well, let me start with House Bill 137, Clean Electrification Act. I have Mr. Raj Solomon and John Reynolds with me. If commissioners have any questions, or if you need any just general input on the status of that bill, what committee it's with, I can answer those.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I support this bill.
Oh, you support it? Okay. Just quick, describe it. I think I know which one this is, but help me be sure. Raj or John?
Yeah, good afternoon, commissioners, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. This bill, the Clean Electrification Bill, is the easiest way to describe it is it gives the revenue and the appropriations to the Environment Department and gives PRC most or all of the work. And so this is one of the bills that has, this is one of the biggest unfunded mandates, I would say among the top 3 in this session. And because it's passed one committee and is in the judiciary, I'm very concerned about the workload that it brings to us. Essentially, it sets up a carbon dioxide emission standard, and it writes the standard into the Chapter 62 instead of writing it in Chapter 74, which is the Environment Improvement chapter. And it would require us to, the workload that it gives us is beginning in July 1 of 2022. It requires each IOU and the 19 cooperatives that we have to file beneficial and low-income electrification projects and an application to develop projects pursuant to the plan. So we will receive approximately 19 applications beginning July 1 of 2022, where we'll have to conduct prudence reviews, and we will have to decide, we meaning the commission staff will have to decide which projects are economically beneficial, viable. So this carries a lot of workload. So the fiscal impact of this bill is about $300,000 per year which means we need about one utility engineer, one staff attorney, one utility economist at a minimum to be able to meet the objectives of the bill. Finally, this bill, because it regulates co-ops, it carries issues which we didn't raise in the FIR, but it was raised during House committee that it may interfere with the Interstate Commerce Clause because it interferes with the Federal Powers Act and the Interstate Commerce Clause because it seeks to regulate tri-state generation, because those are the ones that the 19 co-ops, or a lot of the co-ops, have power purchase agreements with. So with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have. But staff's biggest concern is it has an unfunded mandate and it gives us a lot of work.
Commissioner comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Go ahead, Joe.
I'm wondering if the amendments recommended by staff, by you, Raj, and utilities, would that shift the burden or at least correct the issue that you mentioned at the outset?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas, are you referring to the emission standard being enacted in Chapter 62 instead of Chapter 74? Where it
Yeah, I think you're
belongs?
calling. Yeah, you guys are calling to
Yes.
remove sections A, C, H, I, L, M, N of Section 2, Sections 3, and so on. Those changes.
Yes, sir. It would, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas, yes, it would procedurally correct the bill. Because those are environmental emission standards, they are more appropriately enacted in Chapter 74, which is environmental improvement, and not in Chapter 62. So,
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, go ahead, Raj.
No, go ahead, sir.
No, I was just wondering, we are going to take action on these bills, and I guess the action would be to support it as it is, support it with amendments, and not support it. Is that what we're after? And then once we determine that, then we communicate our actions today to the sponsors, or the sponsors and Legislative Council Services, or to all committee members in which it's scheduled to go before. What will that entail?
It's to me, it seems the most efficient way is just to notify the sponsors.
Okay.
Simple.
Commissioner Maestas, if I may, the bill appropriates a lot of revenue for the Environment Department in Chapter 74. It could do the same for the PRC. And all we are asking for is a minimum of 3 FTEs. And I don't know what the appropriate mechanism would be, but it generates a significant amount of workload for staff. I mean, we can imagine 19 different applications from IOUs and our cooperatives beginning July 1 of 2020.
Raj, could you speak up a little? I can't quite hear you very well.
Is that better?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So as I was stating, this bill generates significant workload for staff in my estimation. We saw how much work one IRP application from one IOU can generate, even though it was just, as somebody noted, it was just a compliance filing. Now imagine 19 applications from 3 IOUs and 16 cooperatives that we have. And the applications will carry with them different projects, which staff will have to decide how they benefit or whether they benefit the customers and low-income customers And I mean, we have no opinion on that. Staff has not expressed any opinion on the merits or demerits of that. But all I'm saying is it generates a lot of work because staff has to do the produce review and then make a recommendation to the commission. So the way I envision it, it'll be almost similar to 19 different applications with different projects coming out there. And then it also has a provision that if an IOU does low income electrification, there would have to be an additional 1% return on equity given to that IOU for that project. So there is a tremendous amount of workload that is created by this bill for PRC staff. And that is my primary concern or objection with this bill. I have no other issues with the low income electrification or anything. Just give us the staff. It's an unfunded mandate at this point.
So I'll make a comment. My impressions of the bill is, apart from the workload, I think a lot of the definitions are vague and are going to lead to lots of contention down the road. And also, if your goal is to reduce carbon, why we're creating this whole bureaucratic process seems to me very ungainly. You could just do credits or do buy downs for people who want to buy heat pumps or heat pump water heaters. Do account of that, and you're going to be lowering the carbon without creating all of these definitions that people are going to argue about and create. And also, if you're not doing these projects through the utilities, guess what? You don't have to pay them a 10% profit margin, and you don't have to pay ongoing taxes for the rate base that's included in your bill. So it seems to me to be not only ungainly, but expensive for consumers. So I really, well, I love the intent. I just think the approach is misguided. So my personal take would be to vote no on this bill. Just come back with a cleaner approach.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I also do not support this bill because, it seems to, in a way, be duplicative in a way of the Energy Transition Act, because the goal is to get to, lower carbon. And I think the Energy Transition Act is going to address that. Also, it's utility centric in that, it achieves that objective through the utilities, which I agree ends up being more expensive. So I totally like the objective of it, but I really think the Energy Transition Act, RPS, well, the Renewable Energy Act, RPS, gets us where we want to go with a reduction in carbon dioxide. This would take some time to implement, I assume, and it just sounds like a tremendous burden on staff for, I don't think, added value, frankly. It is a tremendous bureaucratic burden, and I don't like that about it. It's as if now that we have the Energy Transition Act, more laws are coming forward to do the same or similar things that are so similar, that it doesn't make sense. And this is one of those. We've already got a fabulous RPS. What's that?
Commissioner Byrd better agree with us on this, or I'm going to be really, 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 really pissed, because I think we're talking right up his alley.
No more regulation.
Commissioner Byrd, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I oppose the bill for all sorts of reasons.
Okay.
I agree, Mr. Chair. I think even, the do nothing alternative, which is addressed in the FIR, falls back on the existing, legislative framework that we have, the ETA especially. We see utilities modeling for emissions of carbon. So I just think this is just another layer of requirements that really isn't well thought out. I think we should also think about how this complements the existing statutory and regulatory frameworks. And so I don't think it adds value, as Commissioner Hall said. So I don't support it either.
Okay, so it sounds like we're like 4-1. Teresa, now that you've heard our arguments, any final thought before we move on?
Yes, I'll join the rest of the group. I'll vote no.
Okay. Again, I think it's the great goal. I just think it's a clunky and misguided way to get there.
Mr. Chair.
Jason, next.
Mr. Chair, I think Commissioner
Mr.
Byrd.
Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Commissioner Byrd.
If we're unanimous in support, I thought we would tell them that we're in support. We're unanimous opposed. Should we also let them know that we're opposed to it?
Yes, that was my thinking. Thank you for clarifying that.
So, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Byrd. With that being said, if we don't have a consensus, then is the direction for us to continue to monitor and report?
If we
Again,
don't,
I didn't verbalize. I was thinking we would be unanimous, and that's what we would communicate.
Okay.
But maybe other commissioners see that differently.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of staff, and I apologize in advance if I'm speaking out of turn, but I think we would want to give them some protection if there's a 3-2, a 4-1 type split. I think at that point, in the past, we have asked commissioners, and commissioners have agreed, actually, not, we haven't asked, but commissioners have agreed to represent their own opinions on bills where there's some opposition and support.
Correct.
Okay,
And
thank
that
you.
remains.
Thank you.
but on this bill, it sounds like we're unanimously opposed to it.
Yes,
We're
sir.
5-0, and we're going to tell Nathan Small that we're 5-0.
Is that the direction you wanted to, or we're not, so we do not register to provide public comment in opposition of the bill?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Jason, how much of a challenge will it be if you can come up with a template? A letter coming from PRC with 5 commissioners signing telephonically. Is that something that's going to be hard for you to do for every bill or most of the bill?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, what I was going to suggest is that if the commission is unanimously in opposition or in support of a bill, that we would register to provide public comment and voice that position on behalf of the commission. I think if it's in opposition, then I would work with the technical staff to probably put a couple of bullet points and have them speak, since they drafted the FIR, that similar to what you all just had. You had a discussion and expressed why you were in opposition with those bullet points with us, and stand in opposition to the legislation. That's what I would recommend. That's what we've done in the past. Seems to work well, and it actually gives us an opportunity to have a virtual in-person conversation with the committee members and legislators.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Jason.
Okay, thank you. So moving on.
So, commissioners, are we all good? If
Mr. Chair?
staff testifies as to our position at the committee when we're 5-0?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Cynthia?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. I like the idea of sort of drafting a letter and you could have it read by the staff person, and, who will indicate it's signed by all commissioners. I think that's fine.
Any objections from the commission? Okay, that's the way we'll proceed. Okay, Jason, back to you.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, let's move on to Senate Bill 156, the Ratepayer Relief Act. Same staff worked on this FIR, so let me go ahead and give them the floor to give a brief introduction and then defer to commission. Raj.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the Ratepayer Relief Act was previously enacted as Senate Bill 492 2 years ago, and it sought to provide an alternative bill to the ETA. And the most interesting provision in Ratepayer Relief Act was, until Senator Soules amended it in the morning of the committee hearing, was that it repealed the ETA. The good thing about the Ratepayer Relief Act is, the most important point is that it preserves PRC authority to maintain its power and discretion to decide how much of the stranded assets to allow to be recovered, firstly, and then to whether or not to have it securitized. And Ratepayer Relief Act was written very generically, so it didn't limit.
Shut the door, please. Okay. I'm sorry,
it didn't
guys.
limit. That's okay. It didn't limit the abandonment and the recovery of stranded assets to coal-fired plants only. It also extended it to natural gas-fired plants. So that was always the way it was enacted. Now, Senator Soules on the morning amended the bill to make it for non-coal-fired plants only. And he amended the bill to remove the repeal of the EPA. So with those two amendments, all opposition to the bill went away. Sierra Club and all the environmental groups that were opposed to this bill, including some of the other proponents of ETA, they dropped their opposition, and some of them wanted some more time to evaluate the bill. Now, just like the ETA, this gives us unfunded mandates. What I see happening is another flood of applications to shut down some natural gas, not all. PNM has a lot of natural gas that it will try to shut down. EPE has a lot of natural gas-fired plants in which they may use the securitization to abandon and ask for stranded asset recovery, and to also to securitize those through the bonds. One good thing about the Ratepayer Relief Act is, unlike the ETA, it doesn't limit the bond, the time period of the bond, to 25 years. It allows us to have a 30-year bond. That was one of the objections that I had stated in my FIR to the ETA. But just like the ETA, it creates a lot of work for us, has an unfunded mandate, and we expect that abandonment and securitization, basically, even though it goes in one docket, it's actually two pieces of the puzzle. You know, it's double the workload. So sale and transfer abandonment used to be just one docket, but when you do a closure of a plant and securitization, it's basically twice the workload for each docket. One is to do the prudence review of the securitized assets, and the other thing is to do the financing order and the rate recovery and the securitization financing review. So it's a lot of work. So we have estimated that it'll need 5 new FTEs from beginning with whatever the bill is enacted. So on a recurring basis, it's about $476,000 for us, because it's in a way it's an ETA for natural gas-fired companies.
Commissioner, thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I thought this was tabled, so it has been amended. As you mentioned, Raj, and it's going to be heard again tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. Senate Bill 156 was not tabled. Senate Bill 155, the Energy Transition Act changes, was tabled.
Okay.
Yeah, so
That's
Senate
another.
I thought this was too. Okay.
Bill scheduled, and to confirm the actual date. Yes, it is scheduled for tomorrow during Senate Conservation. They did roll it over from yesterday's meeting, and the sponsor agreed to hear it first thing tomorrow morning. So I will get that on your calendars.
So, Mr. Chair, if we, let's just say, hypothetically, we say we accept it with consideration of our fiscal impacts, there's no guarantee that that is going to happen. And so I wonder if we should take a more, a harder approach and say we do not support without addressing fiscal impacts to the PRC.
So there's one suggestion. Other commissioner thoughts on this?
I agree with Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, I'm a little torn on this one because I'm not as big a fan of securitization as a lot of people seem to be. And maybe, Raj, I come at it from a different angle than you, is I worry about 30-year bonds that, if there's migration away from the system, customers that are left with the utility are going to be stuck paying off these bonds, fewer and fewer customers. And maybe securitization has more problems attached to it than we fully appreciate down the road. So I'm not a huge fan of just letting a three-person appointed commission in particular just decide when they want to securitize any particular plant closing. So that's my reason for opposing it. If securitization just saved customers money, I'd say, okay, add it to our budget and we'll handle it. But I think there's other factors there to consider.
I would agree with that. I think it calls for repealing a portion of the Energy Transition Act. I just don't think that we should endorse any kind of unmitigated fiscal impacts to the PRC. I really don't, no matter what the merits of the legislation are, unless we feel strongly about it. And if that's the case, and if we're torn, then by all means, let's submit it with an amendment if we do support it.
Yeah. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have a thought on this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose it for the same reason that you stated.
Commissioner Hall?
Yeah, I oppose it. For all its warts, we have the ETA in place and we're proceeding under it. And this thing would be an unfunded mandate. And I almost feel like we're being played a little bit, and I kind of don't appreciate it, even though I suppose maybe somebody's really got a good intent. But we need some certainty, both for our own functioning, and I think certainty is regulatory certainty or uncertainty is an important factor. I've become aware of that just in going to conferences around the country and talking to people, and I think it's just not, I don't support it. That's all.
Okay, so this is Senator Souls who's carrying it, and his intentions are all very good.
I know, I admire that, but I'm not in support of it.
I just happen to disagree on this one. So I think we've got a 5-0, and we'll notify and move on to the next item.
Thank you,
Chair. This is John Reynolds.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair and Raj, Would you please try to keep your voice up? It just drops at the end of a sentence, and then I lose the last part of your sentences sometimes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks so much. I know it's a chore.
Yes, John Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask a question. If Raj could help me here for a second, I want to make sure everything is clear. That Senator Soules proposed an amendment yesterday, I understand, but I believe what's on the agenda for tomorrow is the amended version, but I don't believe we've seen the amended version. And I want to ask Raj whether he agrees that, whether he has seen it or not.
Mr. Chairman, and just responding to John's question, yes, I have seen the amendment.
Okay.
It was presented by Mr. Soules in the committee on the Zoom, and it's just 3 sentences. One was to take out the line repealing the Energy Transition Act, and then to change the definition of a qualifying generating facility to a non-coal electric generating facility. And then he removed the line in section 19, which repealed the Energy Transition Act. So they were very simple amendments.
Okay.
Which are.
Okay, thank you very much. I didn't see it on the legislative website and I missed that part of the hearing. Thank you very much, Raj.
Clarify one more thing for me though, Raj. Does this, does the bill allow the commission to determine stranded asset value?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it does.
So it does restore that.
It restores PRC discretion and authority over deciding in prudence of the stranded asset, unlike the ETA. In the ETA, it's just you have to approve it within X number of days. But in this one, Commission has the discretion to decide how much of the stranded assets to allow for securitization, and also to determine the prudence of investments. So yes, it retains PRC authority.
Okay, so with that clarification, I've got mixed feelings about the bill, so I'm not willing to oppose. Because I think it's really important to restore that authority to the commission. So,
Mr. Chair, I
so
agree.
I'm back to neutral on the bill.
Yeah, well, Mr. Chair, I agree with you on that point. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
But I just think it needs work. But also I think, the more we change our statutes, repeal the ETA and maybe impinge on the renewable portfolio standard, which is something that I believe is mentioned in the FIR. I just saw it. I think it has problems. So I think we should just proceed forward with what we've got and try to make the best stuff happen. But I appreciate your position.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, one of the things to note is that if this bill is not enacted in its current form, there will be no pathway for securitization financing of the shutdown of natural gas fired plants. So just bear that in mind.
Correct. Yeah.
It'll just go through the regular abandonment process of the commission on the books.
Right.
So just something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not willing to oppose. There's enough there that it might turn into something good. So maybe I'm the lone holdout here, but any other thoughts, any other discussion before we move on? Okay, Jason?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next item, I want to go to Senate Bill 67, the Facilities for Clean Energy Generation. And Raj, you have the hot seat, so keep on going.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Senate Bill 67 is, again, Senator Soules' bill. Well-intentioned, new and replacement energy generation. One of the things The only issue I had with the bill was it didn't allow any new or replacement generation to be nuclear leasing or small modular reactors, which is a possibility and in at least in eastern New Mexico. And the other thing, it would not allow any more new natural gas fired plants. Now, a lot of people have criticized me for saying, well, isn't that prohibited by the ETA? And the answer to that is no. And the reason is I was very involved in the drafting of the ETA, and the people who drafted that portion of the bill drafted Section 36B. Section 36B sets a standard, a CO2 emission standard of 1,100 pounds per megawatt hour for any new generation facility. That is a ceiling very carefully crafted to allow new natural gas fired turbines and natural gas fired Wärtsilä engines. So it was the intent of the ETA drafters to allow for a limited period of time some engines and some turbines for reliability purposes should there be some issue. And, a lot of people have said, okay, why would you build any new natural gas fired facilities now when you're going to shut them down in 2045 anyway? And the answer to that is that they do not have to be shut down. They can be converted and re-engineered to burn hydrogen formed by on-site electrolysis of water. And Los Angeles Water and Power District is doing that. So they can continue, if the IOU wanted to, they could continue beyond to 2045 in a clean manner burning hydrogen. So those are the issues that I had. And I passed on those things to Senator Souls, but what I've, last time when this same bill was brought, and Senator Souls' comment last year was that, oh, well, if there's a reliability issues, they can always purchase on the EIM or whatever. And as we are finding now that, EIM sometimes may not be, you may not be able to get as much power at a decent cost. So it may be in your best interest to have some natural gas fired assets, besides the fact that small modular reactors are going to become very much a reality within the next 10 to 15 years. So those are my thoughts on the bill. I'll take any questions you have.
Commissioners? Thoughts, support, oppose?
Mr. Chairman?
Let's go with Jeff first, and then we'll go to Joe.
Fine with me, Senator.
Well, I oppose.
Okay. Anyone in favor? I'm neutral on it. I just I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other.
Chairman Fishman.
Like an armadillo.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Cynthia.
Well, one
All
thing.
right, wait, we skipped Joe.
What? What's that?
Yeah,
Wasn't Joe next on after?
I thought that was by design, but look, I think we just had an earlier discussion regarding the IRP for PNM, and you can see they're phasing out all sources of fossil fuel, natural gas, nuclear leases. So is this another kind of duplication with the ETA? Because it would seem to me that the ETA is achieving what this legislation seeks to achieve.
Yes.
Yeah, I think what he's after is he doesn't want any new natural gas built in the interim, and I think that's kind of the focus of it. Am I correct, Raj?
Chairman Fishman, yes, Senator Souls answered that question in committee that he didn't want any new natural gas to be built. But the other thing that he asked when he was asked about small modular reactors, that he would revisit and fix that bill if that ever became a reality, because he was open to having nuclear reactors because he considers nuclear to be clean energy.
What was that last thing you said, Raj? He considers what?
He considers, Senator Soules considers nuclear power to be clean energy.
Uh-huh. Well, what I was going to, okay, go ahead. Yes.
And last year, I think the commission allowed Jason and I to take some kind of an amendment to Senator Soules to amend the bill to just allow limited natural gas and nuclear leasing, and he was open to it, but I believe the bill was tabled, so it was moved anyway.
What's
So
that last thing you said? The last part of your sentence?
Yeah, well, he may be open to some amendments if we were to take language to Senator Soules.
Well, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr.
go
Chair.
ahead.
So I just think it's duplicative, not exactly duplicative, but it's essentially so for the reason Joe said. I mean, you can see the companies are already phasing out, or at least PNM is, that we can see that now. So I also, the definition of clean energy doesn't contain things like, distributed resources, for example. It's too limiting, I think. We might want to be talking about, hydrogen in the future, for example, as someone mentioned. So I just, again, I think it's something that's just somehow people are now figuring out they want to write more of these statutes, but I think we've got a good tool, although it's not perfect because of the money terms, but in the ETA. But I think I don't think this adds that much value either, And when you add it onto what we're doing in the ETA, I think it becomes very confusing and challenging for our agency and whoever else may need to have to implement something related to it.
So just a thought, Commissioner Hall, and again, I'm neither supporting or opposing, so we're not going to have a 5-0 on it. But you recall that when we did the San Juan replacement, that there was lots of debate over including aeroderivative natural gas new plants. And I think that's exactly what Bill Soules is trying to say, is that no, replacement resources cannot be fossil fuel resources.
Correct.
So I just want to point out that whatever they say in their IRP, in practice, when they have suggested replacement portfolios, they have suggested natural gas, and EPE has done the same thing in the recent case they had with us that hearing examiner Hurst looked at. So I think that's what he's after. And it may not be the best way to do it, but just to make it clear.
Well, I think it's an admirable goal. And I think, it would be nice to hear about these when they're still ideas, so we could possibly help shape them a little bit.
Yeah, it would. Any other discussion around this particular bill?
Yeah, just one last one. I just think this is a lot of effort into what we all agree is a planning tool in the IRP. And, the real substantive actions are CCNs and abandonment actions. And so, and lastly, I feel like we're just not being good stewards of the public interest in assisting natural gas markets to maybe perhaps investigate other models instead of just disallowing them. I just feel like it's not fair, just, and reasonable what we're doing to natural gas markets. That's my point.
Yeah, we need to do some better planning,
Mhm.
long-term thinking around how that evolves. No question. I agree.
Mr. Chairman, just one last point I had was
Sure.
it's this bill, basically, one of the thoughts I had was the commission has the discretion and authority to decide whether or not the commission will allow new natural gas plants or not. That is within the commission's discretion and authority already. So the commission doesn't need a bill to tell it what to do or what not to do.
Yeah.
That's my another thought that I had.
Okay. Good point. I'm still neutral.
Fine.
So let's move on to the next one.
Okay.
I understand all the arguments and they make sense.
All
But I'm
right.
still.
So
I'm
what
struggling.
is our, Mr. Chair, what is our action then on this? Is that it's do not support?
No, it's
That's
any
new-
commissioner can go and testify on behalf of themselves at a meeting. And I'm comfortable if people say it's not unanimous, but in general, the commission, most commissioners agree with me. And I have no problem if you testify that way, but I cannot bring myself to say no. I can't bring myself to say yes either. So
Okay. All right.
testify as individual commissioners if you've got strong feelings on it, and no problem here.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think for a number of these bills, I certainly have mixed feelings too. I mean, I don't know that I'm saying no altogether to everything, but I mean, the problem is there are parts of these bills are something I support, and then parts of them are something I think are not good. So, yeah, I think probably for the same ones you're on the fence about, I have been too. But so what's our action though? Nothing at that point. Then we're just free to. You did answer them.
Yeah, there's no full commission.
Yeah.
There's no
Okay.
full commission action, but individual commissioners
Right.
feel free to testify on your views.
Yeah, fine. I think that's good.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners.
So Jason, next.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll just go back to the top of our list and start with House Bill 2, General Appropriations Act 2021. I don't even think we need to get into a discussion on that. That's the budget bill. Obviously, it's just there because we're monitoring it and tracking its status, and there really isn't even any updates that are being provided. A lot of that, I think, goes on behind the scenes with the House Appropriations and Senate Finance Committee, and both of them just concur with each other. So if that's okay, I'd just like to keep moving on.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, hold on a second.
Sure.
Can we still interact with, at least the chair and the vice chair of House Appropriations and try and champion our request to restore the 5 FTEs in the amount of that were disallowed or vetoed in last year's budget, and then also ask for the 75,000 for the management audit in their cleanup. What is it? Clean out? I forgot what the
cleanup bill. So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Commissioner Maestas, I thought, personally, I think we already have that direction from the commission when we presented the draft House Appropriation and Finance Committee presentation. And so you and I will continue to work towards establishing that baseline budget discussion. Our next opportunity is going to be with the Senate Finance Committee unless they bypass an opportunity for us to present. I will tell you now, the last 2 years, we have not presented before the Senate Finance Committee. For whatever reason, they have a new chairman, Senator George Munoz. I have since reached out to him to at least maybe share the presentation ahead of time and highlight those key points that we've made during the presentation. So that would be my response to it. I think, yeah, definitely. I already thought we were given that direction, and you and I were going to continue to work on it. So if it's
sounds good to me.
Okay. All right,
let's move on.
I think everyone concurs. Go ahead.
Now,
Yes, sir.
House Bill 9, the Climate Solutions Act, we were not requested to submit an FIR. This is one that we are tracking on behalf of Commissioner Maestas' request, I believe. If you want to add anything to it, Commissioner, or just move on.
Yeah, only just to, I think we should take a position on this as an entire commission and ask that the sponsors include having a representative in the Climate Leadership Council that's called for in this piece of legislation. It includes almost every agency that has anything to do with energy, with the exception of the PRC.
Oh, boy. So you want to suggest that we support with that amendment?
Yes, sir. That way we can communicate with the sponsors as a unified body and say, hey, we like this. We like the high level dialogue, but the PRC absolutely must be at the table on this leadership council.
I'm all on board for that. Other commissioners, comments?
So do we,
Yes, I
so do we
agree.
send them, we oppose it unless they include the PRC?
If I may make a suggestion, Commissioner Maestas and I should probably approach the sponsor as a friendly amendment if he'll accept it that way, and then see what kind of response we have.
Who is the sponsor?
Yeah.
This House Bill 9 is sponsored by,
Stansbury, E-Golf, and who else, Jason?
so Representative
Caballero?
is is noted on here. Let me pull up the other one real quick.
I know it's Stansbury and E-Golf. I think it's Caballero as well.
No, just tell Stansbury.
Yeah,
we don't
Caballero,
support it.
Egoff, Romero,
Yeah,
Tadeo Lopez, and Stefanix.
and Representative Nathan Small's on there. So.
Okay.
But,
No one gets supported for Congress unless they get us on board
Correct.
with it.
Yeah, I will say though that on the website, on the legislative website, its current location died.
Well, it has a committee substitute, Commissioner Byrd, that passed.
Okay.
So they
So what is it now? If it's not HB 9, what is it now?
It's still a House. Yeah, it's still House Bill 9, but it's the committee substitute for House Bill 9. So they did a do not pass on the bill and they did a do pass on the committee substitute.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a 5-0 here, I believe. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, we hadn't heard from you, I don't think.
Hi, Mr. Chair. Yes, I will support the group.
Okay, terrific. Broadband Development Division, HB 10.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This one has, I believe, made its way through the committee, and we've been tracking it. I think it's now with the House Appropriations and Finance Committee because there is an appropriation to establish the personnel. I listened as much as I could to the discussion yesterday. With that, we would have Mike Ripperger give a brief overview and or John Reynolds.
Commissioners, I don't know if I'm muted or not, but
We hear you.
yeah, okay, great. House Bill 10, there's two bills that establish a broadband division and do it in order to sort of track and coordinate all broadband activities in the state. One is supported, the House Bill 10 is supported by 5 different members of the House. Senate Bill 93, which is the other one in the Senate, is supported by Senator Padilla. Senator Padilla's version does not have any amendments to the Rural Telecommunications Act and the State Universal Service Fund. House Bill 10 does. And what House Bill 10 does to the Rural Telecommunications Act is it establishes a number of definitions. It establishes a definition for broadband, but it also establishes definitions for digital equity and digital inclusion. And it mandates that $10 million a year go to broadband projects, and that for those carriers that receive need-based support and access reduction support, that 90% of that money, not 60%, but 90% of that money goes towards broadband facilities and maintenance. What it also does is it provides for provisions where the commission's decisions in selecting projects must be in sync with the executives or DO-IT's, the broadband office's definitions of digital equity and digital inclusion. Some of those definitions, in my mind, are, I mean, they're well-meaning, but they could be a little, depends how you interpret that. I pointed out in the FIR that we did that if you're a company and you're applying for different programs for support, and you want to tailor your program so that it's selected, you may start tailoring that program so that it comports with that. And maybe that's the whole idea. I just was worried, and we've sort of seen it before, where you can sort of spook off some of the applicants from applying to the State Universal Service Fund. And then you would have a lot of money dedicated to the program, but not enough applications. Maybe it wouldn't, maybe it would be fine, I don't know. But those would, the commission's decisions on that would have to be sort of in conjunction with or in coordination with this new broadband development division that will be in DO-IT. And so it basically, you know, it appoints a director, I believe from the governor's office, and then 5 FTEs in order to help bring about all these efforts. And again, DO-IT had received $10 million previously to do a study of broadband in the state. And they did that, and they said it's going to cost between $500 million and $1 billion to get broadband to everybody. Depends how you do it. And so this, I mean, it's a laudable goal, you know, a broadband office to do all the mapping and to work with all different agencies and work with groups, different types of entities to get broadband plans together. It also states that the PRC would report yearly on its goals of meeting the broadband development you know, plans for digital equity and digital inclusion, and also reports to the Broadband Development Office, you know, how, you know, the amount of the projects and where they're located and that sort of stuff. So the only pause I gave in the FIR was, you know, if the idea is that you're going to supply service to rural unserved areas, which is what we currently do, instead of putting in the criteria for digital inclusion and digital equity, just by virtue of the fact that these companies are serving unserved areas as a priority, you're sort of hitting that target anyway. And that's what the commission does now. But it does it now without sort of having to interface with the executive branch and maybe affect how those projects are selected. There was an amendment to the bill in the last committee. It looked like the entire bill. I haven't gone into detail on it and really analyzed it. I'm not sure what they did, but it still has those definitions for digital inclusion and digital equity, and an interface between the commission and that office to make sure that the selection of projects comport with the goals in that act.
So you were just talking about SB 93 with all of those requirements, Michael?
Mr. Chairman, no. Senate Bill 93 does not have any amendments to the Rural Telecommunications Act at all.
Okay,
House Bill 10 does.
okay, so that's HB 10 you were talking about, okay.
Yes, House Bill 10 we're talking about. Senate Bill 93. Now Senator Padilla has a different bill that's recently come up, Senate Bill 361, which does make amendments to the Rural Telecommunications Act. But those amendments would be familiar to the commission in that they are a lot of the proposals that were raised by parties in the commission's latest State Universal Service Fund rulemaking, which were rejected by the commission. It includes digital broadband loops in access reduction payments,
Right.
and, support based on need for rural carriers.
Recommendations, Michael, and comments from commissioners.
Well, I mean, I think it's a well-meaning. The thought of digital inclusion and digital equity is well-meaning. I don't know if it's necessary if you're actually serving unserved areas. And also, if the commission wants to maintain some level of independence in its selection of projects, then if you want to raise the amount to $10 million, okay, that you have to fund in projects. And I had pointed out, or we had pointed out that, the commission looks like it'll fund as many broadband projects as it can. But if you start affecting how the commission selects those through these criteria, you may affect who applies and how much. So I don't know if that's such a good idea. A report is fine if they need a report, and the 90% threshold, I mean, that's fine too. I mean, we're moving in that direction of broadband. It's just, I don't know how comfortable the commission would feel having the digital broadband office sort of interfacing with their selections. And House Bill 10.
So I'll speak up real quickly. Is HB 10 would, for me, just be an oppose. I don't have a problem with the broadband office to coordinate stuff because there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. But yeah. So anyway, HB 10 is for me is a definite no. SB 93, I'm not quite sure. So I'll just hear from other commissioners on that.
Mr. Chair, can you just explain why you're opposing HB 10? I mean, in greater detail.
Because it's proposing all those changes to the Rural Act that appear to be problematic. I think actually you said, I guess that was 361 where you said they included all the stuff that we said no to in our rule.
Yeah.
But mainly I just don't want all of it. It just feels too complicated, HB 10.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I think that a lot of states are moving towards centralized broadband offices, and it seems to work pretty well. I mean, I think that's just where states are going, and the coordination of broadband is, and mapping it and understanding where the deficits are, and then coordinating funding and all that is that's probably a good idea, and I think it's a successful roadmap. It's just the changes to the Rural Telecommunications Act in House Bill 10 that have to do with the vetting of projects under these criteria from the broadband office that could end up being problematic. And I don't know if the commission wants that kind of interference in their or handholding in their selection of projects.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I'll go next. I think I've always, ever since day one, when I started, was I see the broadband program as a bright spot in what we do, and I want to see the broadband fund go up higher. but I want to preserve our autonomy to select those projects. I do agree we do need some other criteria to bridge the digital divide, which turns the whole aggregation of demand on its head, and it'll lead to, higher cost of broadband projects per number of customers served. And that's, if that's the way we're going to go, that's the way we're going to go. So I want more money. I think it's a bright spot on what we do. I think we can really improve the way we select projects. Focus more on middle and backhaul infrastructure, knowing what the potential is to serve the end users, and fund that in the first phase. And then the second phase, we go last mile, right? End users. So I don't know if there's a way that we can support this with an amendment that we retain the same autonomy that we have in selecting projects. I think that would please me and cause me to support. So those are my comments.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Cynthia.
Well, I'm glad Joe mentioned that, because I was just torn about this bill. I think it's a very good objective in many ways. But I think it's clunky, as you say, the way it incorporates interacting with our agency. But with an amendment, if we could address that, that would be better. It would depend on how we phrased it. But I really do think that it's good to centralize, broadband administration in our state. On the other hand, in the Rural Telecom Act, it's a specific service we do, and I would just like to see it done right. And so I'd welcome a look at whatever amendment Joe is intending to write.
Yeah, no, I'm open to that.
Mr.
So,
Chairman.
who did I just hear say Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, this is Russell. I just wanted to make a couple clarifying comments on this. I think Mike did a great job of describing the bill, but I just want to clarify something about this increase of the 5 million to 10 million. That's actually an increase in what's called the minimum that we're supposed to give away in any year. And so it wouldn't have done anything like in this past year when we were limited to giving away 13.9 million instead of the full 16 million that was applied for. It would do nothing to fix that problem, because that problem has to do with the $30 million overall statutory cap on the fund. And these bills, neither of them would raise that statutory cap. So I just want to make it clear that we'd still face the same top limit on the fund. That would probably be the major constraint on any broadband program awards. And then just one other comment is that I think Mike did a really good job of describing how because our rule requires that the projects serve unserved and underserved areas, that it probably would qualify for under those digital equity and those kinds of standards. It's also unclear how the broadband division would coordinate this kind of our kind of fund, our program, with other programs, because the other programs I think that would be coordinated by this division are government spending programs. In other words, ones I think like the sort of a libraries program, educate the schools program, these are actually directed by government agencies, whereas ours are coming from private sector proposals. So it's unclear if they would treat that differently. Certainly, if you want to do an amendment, you could say, this is a different kind of fund. We don't come up with these projects ourselves. The carriers come to us with the projects. So I just thought I'd clarify those two things.
Thank you, Russell. So next to our Lord, Jeff Byrd. What are your thoughts?
I oppose the bill. I've said it before, keep it simple, stupid. This is adding layers on how we're going to choose who gets the funding, and I don't think we need that intervention. And just for the record, I'm opposed to increasing the fund size. Just so you know. So I oppose this bill. I don't think it's going to get us to the last user any quicker. If anything, it'll put obstacles in the way of getting that done. So that's my thought.
Thanks, Jeff. So it sounds like we're split on this, and it's commissioners make their recommendation. I'll just say, Commissioner Maestas, thank you for your input. I can support with the kind of amendment you're talking about. So certainly willing to, talk with sponsors about that and let them know. And Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, anything that you want to add?
I oppose the bill. This legislation, it's duplicate of services, and right now they're looking at 5 agencies to talk about broadband, how to deliver broadband to rural New Mexico, and they want to coordinate it under one umbrella. They still need to work out, how they're going to do that, and it's quite expensive. It's quite expensive. I don't think any broadband bills are going to pass this legislation because the money is an issue. It's going to cost $2 billion to $5 billion to serve the whole state of New Mexico. So it's toothless. All the legislations regarding broadband, they are toothless. So that's my stance on that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just before we move on, if I could.
Sure.
Depending on the outcome of this legislation, let's just say it fails, but I think to really defend and preserve our autonomy and the current broadband program, and this is something that I've advocated for in the past, is that we create a slot in the Universal Service Fund Advisory Group for NMDuit to make sure we do have that cross-pollination and coordinate. Obviously, it's an advisory body, but I think that could be a small gesture on our part to incorporate NMDuit's input into how we administer the Universal Service Fund.
Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas, it was proposed by the chairman, I think, a couple months ago. We have a good relationship with the people over there, and so they've actually sat in on the last couple meetings, the broadband advisory meetings, and so we will continue to invite them to those.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, Mike was telling me when we chatted about this that they have a good relationship with DoIT. And as I think we all know, those informal relationships often are more powerful than anything you put into a law. So thank you, Mike, for maintaining that. You mentioned 361, which basically its provisions we've disagreed with in our rulemaking. And I know it's not on the list here, but it seems to me that might be one that we want to send a comment in opposition if all 5 commissioners agree.
Is that a House bill, House or Senate?
That's Senate bill.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, real quick on that point. Senate Bill 360 and Senate Bill 361 didn't make the 5 p.m. cut to be published on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
You don't see them here. So I think we agreed that, and Mike Smith may have to chime in here if action can be taken on bills that weren't noticed. But that's the reason they're not on here, because they weren't available.
Okay.
What's that? Are we going to talk about it or not?
Sounds like we're not. Sounds like it's they weren't properly noticed, so we're not allowed to talk about them.
Yes. Correct.
But I will mention, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Senate Bill 361 FIR was routed for review, and we did get comments from legal, OGC, and others.
Okay.
So there's one of those bills that I love and one that I hate. So you guys can figure that out.
I'm not going to guess on record, but I'll. Mr. Chairman, since we're on the subject, I think let's go ahead and jump to Senate Bill 93, since it's somewhat related to House Bill 10.
What's the number? What number is that?
Senate Bill 93,
Okay.
Broadband Access and Expansion Act.
Okay.
Since you kind of were already discussing the content of House Bill 10, and there's overlap, and probably Mike.
Yeah, commissioners, this is, well, because it doesn't have any changes to the Rural Telecommunications Act, and it doesn't really ask anything of the PRC, if I'm remembering correctly. This establishes a broadband office within, or division within the broadband office. It's sort of the same concept of the House Bill 10. I think that, and I don't know if the amendment to House Bill 10 had to do with somehow reconciling with Senate Bill 93, but I mean, there's going to be a broadband office. There is already one in DeWitt. They're just sort of reframing its sort of duties and appointing and hiring people. But, you know, it has to do with mapping and coordinating and getting a statewide plan together. And like I had said, it's nothing new that's happening nationwide. This is happening all over the place, and this looks like to be a common sense logical formula to coordinating broadband in the state and making sure it gets out where it needs to go. You know, it's a clearinghouse for information. You can work on committees or different workshops with local authorities to help get their plans together. So this isn't anything that I would view as being negative at all. I mean, I think it's something that the state probably has to do, and it makes sense. And, you know, broadband is gone from a luxury to a necessity. Everybody needs it, and so I don't see problems with that bill, and I don't think it really, as far as I can tell, affects the PRC much.
No, and Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mike, I know we listened to the hearing yesterday. Senator Padilla, the sponsor, did recognize that the PRC exists, and this is not a regulatory bill. That was part of his testimony yesterday, if I remember correctly.
Commissioner, comments, thoughts?
Well, can you hear me?
Yes.
I notice in the FIR, it mentions that it may be duplicative with some things that we do, that do it may be duplicating some work, and we may be duplicating some of theirs, but that's about it. That seems like the only negative thing I see in the FIR. I tend to agree it's a good objective. So I'm open to supporting it, I suppose. Again, it depends. Did we just get a staff recommendation on this one or not? What did staff just say?
No, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, I don't know that we are actually recommending any position for the commission to take under consideration. I think all I'm doing is highlighting if alternatives or amendments are being proposed, and for this one, there aren't any.
So I'm supportive. I don't see anything to lose by trying to coordinate. I think Commissioner Vicente Aguilar raises a good point in saying, coordinate all you want until you get some money behind it. You're not going to get as much done as you want. So I thoroughly understand that. Yep. But I still think it's a good idea to at least start an effort to get everybody on the same page. Mm-hmm. So I would be supportive of SB 93.
Yeah, I think for those reasons, I'll support it.
Me as well, Mr. Chair. I think it's probably overdue, past due, that we establish a state focal point to lead these efforts and lead the development of a statewide broadband plan, which we don't have at this time. And as we know, there are a number of federal broadband programs with different federal agencies that work with different state agencies. And so we've got a lot of stovepipes, and perhaps this office can really coordinate these efforts better statewide and be in a position to have enough money appropriated, state money, to fully leverage all the federal money that's available. So I think it's a great concept and probably past due.
Other commissioners, Jeff?
Mr. Chair,
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm going to stay neutral on this bill.
Okay. So again, this sounds like one where individual commissioners go ahead and feel free to testify and comment independently. And Jason, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to keep Mike on the hot seat here and talk about House Bill 28, cramming and slamming act definitions. That's also a very similar bill to Senate Bill 38, clarified definition of phone cramming. So Mike, if we probably can just discuss both at the same time. And this is a bill that's very similar, I think, to the last couple of years that has been presented to the commission. It doesn't have any unfunded mandates or any highlights of alternatives or amendments from the FIR.
So Jason, this is House Bill 28 then, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, House Bill 28 and let's see here.
Senate Bill 38.
Senate Bill 38, both of them.
Huh, okay.
Yeah, they're identical bills, and they're both moving through the legislature. This was originally, a version of this bill was originally floated 2 years ago in the last 60-day session. There were some issues with some of the language. There was a conversation between the PRC and the sponsor, and they just simplified it. And the concept is that the slamming and cramming statute was written prior to the advent of wireless and IP-based services. And at that time, there was a lot of problems with companies putting unauthorized charges on customers' telephone bills. The FCC, since that time, had cracked down on them. And basically,
What's that? Say that again.
I'm sorry.
There's some interference when you talk sometimes.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what that is.
I know, you can't do anything about it.
See if that's it. But anyway, so, the issue of cramming problems has really been reduced on a federal because of federal actions. And so what we have is a statute that says that any non-telecommunications charges on the bill by definition is a cramming, which is an unauthorized charge. Well, we know that practically speaking, that people are buying apps on their cell phones and authorizing those charges. And because it's an archaic statute, it appears that them just you just getting Disney Plus on your cell phone is a violation of the statute. I think that most carriers just figured this is outdated and we're going to do it anyway. Verizon came up and said, look, this should be fixed. It's a simple fix. It says that it's a cramming unless the customer authorizes the charge. And they have authorization processes, and I think it pretty much fixes it. It's non-controversial. It's a fix to a statute created prior to the advent of IP-based services, and it's fine. It's a good idea. So, and both bills are identical.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mike, just to remind a few commissioners that were here last year or the year before, we actually worked with the sponsors and amended the cramming and slamming bills to accommodate the concerns the commission had, which I think this is, there's no need to amend it because the original draft is identical. If you guys, I don't know if you all remember or recollect that, but staff did work with the sponsors and we actually amended the bill last year to convert the position of the commission.
Well, that's a good thing.
Thoughts from commissioners?
Stay with us, Joe.
Well, I'll support it.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yeah, there comes that ethereal voice. Go ahead.
You know, it seems like it's harder to delete a file from your computer than it is to get charged for something you didn't really want.
So what are you saying?
So in theory, I support the bill.
Oh, okay. Any other commissioner comments, support? So Joe supports, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
I support the bill.
Okay, I'm fine with supporting it as well. So we got a 5-0, it sounds like, on that one. Without objection, let's move on to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item, let's go into the Community Solar Act bills. That is House Bill 106 and Senate Bill 84. And I think if we haven't already got the message, sponsors or people behind the bills know that if they don't introduce one in both houses, it may not make it through the session this year. So that's why they're identical.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is John Reynolds. So I've been following the Community Solar Act. And as Jason mentioned, there's 2 duplicate bills that are now no longer duplicates. House Bill 106, I think, has been stagnating. I don't believe there's been any action on that bill. But Senate Bill 84 passed the Senate Conservation Committee with an amendment, and the amendment provided for the RECs from the community solar facility to be the property of the utility that the facility is interconnected with. Now, the basics of community solar, I think that a lot of you are familiar with this. This has been before the commission a few times in the last 3 or 4 years. Allows for the development of these facilities that would be that customers could subscribe to, and they would essentially own a share of the facility. And so whatever the facility generates in a given month, that share of kilowatt hours would show up on the customer's bill as a credit, the customer's utility bill as a credit. I think you may recall that last fall, roughly, or maybe in the summertime, I mentioned to you that there was a community solar working group that was set up and that I planned to attend some of the meetings. And I did here and there, not as many as I thought I would. I just was somewhat busy, first of all. And second of all, the working group was more of a advocacy group about how to get the bill passed, basically. And so I was a little reluctant to get too engaged in that, other than as a technical resource from a regulatory perspective. So that bill right now is Senate Bill 84 is amended. I don't see it scheduled for its next committee, but it's been passed one committee as amended. And that's where that matter stands. So I'm ready to answer questions if you'd like.
So John, I looked at that bill, and for all the advocates out there, I'm almost afraid to say this, but it looked to me like it would for each facility that got approved, it would be a ton of work for the PRC. Is that the case?
The bill requires the PRC, there's some significant implications for the PRC, which I'll try to go through here, but it does require the PRC to develop rules to establish a program, a community solar program by November 1st of this year. And it would address several matters, including a statewide capacity program cap, allocated to the IOUs, that cap would be effective until November 2024. Another.
What cap is that? I'm sorry, John. What did you say?
It's a capacity cap, so an aggregate capacity cap for all community solar facilities.
Oh, yes.
And then an update to the cap effective in 2024 with details about tariffs, agreements, and forms to be required to be filed by the public utility. Establishing a 30% community solar carve-out for low-income customers and low-income service organizations with guidelines for compliance and customer pre-qualification, a process for project selection and allocation of the capacity cap, requiring affected utilities to file tariffs, agreements, and forms, establishing standards, fees, and processes for interconnection of facilities, providing for consumer protection, and I'm abbreviating this, establishing a community solar bill credit mechanism, and based on the aggregate retail rate by customer class, less a commission approved distribution cost component, allowing reasonable opportunities for the creation, financing, and accessibility of community solar facilities, requirements for siting and co-location, and requires the commission to solicit input from stakeholders, including state agencies, utilities, low-income organizations.
Sorry, what did you say? It requires the commission to, what did you say?
Solicit input from stakeholders, including agencies, utilities, low-income organizations, potential owners or operators, and Indian nations, tribes, and pueblos, and other interested parties. And to file a report by November 2024. Again, the commission is to file a report with the legislature about the status of community solar programs. So yeah, there's a lot going on in the establishment of a community solar program. So and the commission would be intimately engaged in that process.
Commissioner, comments?
Mr. Chair, I think community solar. I think that's the next big step for New Mexico. However, in looking at this particular bill, it's got a very aggressive timeline for the PRC to develop rules, and I'm concerned, given that we've already begun the process of amending our interconnection rules. We have areas throughout the state that have feeder lines that are at capacity and can't accommodate any kind of interconnection. It also calls for, siting authority, but it's not clear, where that rests. And given the size of these projects, given our current criteria for location authority, we certainly wouldn't have anything to do in siting these facilities. So who would? I see a lot of questions with this, but I still think it's a worthy pursuit. I do know that the co-ops, and my district includes many co-ops, insisted on an opt-in provision, and it is in there. So I chalk that up as great progress. But I think there's still some questions about this bill. Whether I support it or not, I think I'm neutral. I'd like to hear from the other commissioners myself.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
This is a difficult one. I really support community solar. And I know it's got problems. I don't like the amendment. I just looked at the amendment and well, I don't dislike it that much. You know, I don't know if a bill is ever going to be perfect, and I don't know if this is the one that requires us to get a roll done in 6 months. Is that the requirement, John?
Yes, correct, Commissioner Hall, Mr. Chair. It's November 1st, 2021. So it'd be probably less than 6 months after we know whether the bill has become law or not.
Yeah, that's alarming. But I mean, on the other hand, if we don't get it done, what are they going to do? I mean, we don't get it done that fast, but I mean, I guess I certainly wouldn't oppose it, and I'm very close to supporting it, but, you know, I'll go along with the crowd, I suppose. But I think it's time for community solar. I remember 10 years ago when I wasn't working at the commission, you know, working on helping somebody draft it. I mean, every year people have had a community solar bill. And I have plenty of people, you know, constituents talk to me and say, you know, do you support it? And I say, I do, you know, so I feel like I probably ought to put my words into action and just support it. I'll support it. I'll support it because, you know, one of these days we've just got to do it. And this bill isn't all that bad. And we can't get a rulemaking done in 6 months, but we could probably get it done in 9. So.
Other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to stay neutral unless there's an amendment that can be drafted regarding unfunded mandate. That's my concern. So I'll stay neutral unless there's an amendment that's going to be filed because it needs additional FTEs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And actually, my take is to stay neutral. I'm very supportive of community solar, but this requires a tremendous amount of work. And I guess my concern for the next year and a half or two is that we can do a lot more for consumers by addressing other stuff on the agenda properly than by getting distracted on community solar, which by definition is going to be a pretty limited resource in total. And so while I'm totally sympathetic to the idea of community solar, this just feels like it's going to suck up a lot of resources when there are other much more significant things we can get done for consumers in the next 2 years. So my vote is neutral.
That's fine.
If there are no more thoughts, you know, another option is we could send a note to the sponsor saying, gee, we really support the community solar idea, but we can't come out and support because we feel like this has just got too many moving parts for us to deal with effectively for now. So we could, I guess that's an option to do if we wanted to.
Yeah, and ask them to support more funding for us. I mean, unfunded mandate, I think Teresa mentioned, and I think that pretty much nails it.
And then just one other issue that I had, and it has to do with the cap on this bill that John alluded to. The tribal governments and co-ops are not subject to the cap. And so if I'm an investor-owned utility, I'm going to wonder, well, what if the non-tribal governments and co-ops fully utilize that cap, and then you add any projects by co-ops and tribal governments? You know, how will that impact, you know, resource planning? How will that impact the grid? So I thought about those issues as well when I read the bill. So I just wanted to, put that on the record, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Commissioner Byrd, we hadn't heard from you on this.
Well, I'm quite honestly, I'm just dead weight on the wagon because I'm not going to push it or drag behind it. I kind of agree. I wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Funding is a big issue. I think there's issues with this bill anyway beyond that. And I think it's just bad policy to carry bills that don't really address all the issues necessary. And rather than making a short, simple bill, fix this problem, another bill to fix a different problem, we've got these tremendous bills trying to address a bunch of different issues and lump it all into one. And you end up with these gaps and holes. And, they always say, well, let's get this passed and we'll just pass another bill next year to fix that. And I just think that's bad policy. So anyway, there you go.
Okay, so how do you feel about sending a letter supporting the concept of community solar, but this one's just too clunky? Would you support that, or should we just give it a pass and just leave it at that?
I would want to address specific issues, not just, hey, trim it down a little bit. It almost really just needs to be a rewrite, in my opinion. So,
okay.
Let's go back and like I said, one issue at a time, and we could probably hash it out to where I could support it. But there's more than one issue in this bill that I don't like.
Okay. So it sounds like each commissioner is free to engage on this as they please. Next, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go back to the beginning of the list a little bit here and talk about House Bill 51, the Environmental Database Act. Both John Reynolds and I initially drafted the FIR in response to it because it was basically tasking the commission with maintaining maps of utilities and submitting them to a group that would make them public. And we raised several concerns. And I think the concerns that we raised in the FIR actually were addressed because they amended the bill and removed the requirement to have oil and gas pipeline mapping available just due to the risk of possible vandalism or any criminal activity. That's been a concern that I've been involved with on the Pipeline Safety Bureau side of things nationally. And so there's some vulnerability issues there. Therefore, that took out pipeline safety's portion of having to monitor it, and it's now just a utilities bill. And actually, they even amended it, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, but the amendment actually said only if the agency is currently maintaining those maps. So it doesn't really say we have to create and initiate a requirement upon the utilities or investor-owned utilities to start submitting their utility maps and us maintain some type of GIS public viewer per se, but it just says if you're already doing it, provided. If you're not, then if you want to volunteer for it, move forward. But John, do you have anything to add on that?
The bill, yeah, Jason, thanks. The bill's language states that from several agencies, it requires all kinds of information. From the PRC specifically, the original bill required two things: the location of electric transmission lines, number one; number two, the locations of oil and gas pipelines, number two. So number two was struck from the bill in an amendment, right, Jason?
Yes, that's correct.
But number one, or letter A, is still in the bill. Now, I recognize what you just said, Jason, but just for the commission's general information, we don't maintain maps of electric transmission lines. And maps that we do have, I think by and large predate 9/11. We may have, those are essentially legacy information that we've maintained over the year on yellowing paper. And so we I just don't see any point in having the PRC in the bill at all, frankly. But if I'd have to take a second look at that amendment, but if that's how you read it, Jason, then I'll take your word for it.
Thanks, John.
I'm looking at it now, but
Yeah, I got it here. If I need to read
it's at the tail end of the bill, or
it's the amended bill.
yeah, protection of confidential information. Nothing in the Environmental Database Act shall require disclosure by a state agency of, and then A, B, C, D, E, information that is not already provided to a state agency pursuant to rule or law.
Right.
So I suppose it would address that circumstance.
It is getting momentum. It's already passed the House, so it's on to the Senate.
Right.
Commissioner comments?
I mean,
Can you
it's
hear me?
revenue neutral, Mr. Chair, and it provides information to the public. I think they've addressed our concerns over the security of critical infrastructure. So I think it's fairly benign, and I would support it.
Other
Mr.
commissioners?
Yeah, I remember reading this some time ago and thinking, we don't do that stuff. I mean, we don't maintain maps, so I don't know what value we add. I mean, we don't, could John speak to that? Is there anything we actually do that would be actually involved in someone using this law if it were passed?
Yeah.
I mean, like you say, we don't keep maps. And I think Emner does of transmission. So, although I don't know if they do it thoroughly. I've just seen someone over there using maps. So I don't know if that's something they do.
Yeah, Commissioner Hall and Mr. Chair, I can't speak for Eminent. I'm not aware of that they have that information. And I know that ours, again, is legacy information, and we don't keep it up to date. And what the bill asks for specifically are locations of electric transmission lines. That's it as far as electricity is concerned. And so, and transmission, as you all well know, is regulated by the federal government. So, so I would leave it at that.
Well, so is there anything that we do that would contribute to the environmental data that they want to be available? I mean, is it inappropriate that we're even mentioned is what I want to know.
I think Commissioner Hall and Mr. Chair, I think based on what the bill is asking from the PRC, which is the location of electric transmission lines, I don't think there's nothing we can provide. Whether there are other things the bill asks for, but those, whatever the bill asks for about other matters, those requests are made to other agencies. So as far as the PRC is concerned, all we're being asked for is the electric location of electric transmission lines.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I guess I'm sort of opposed to it because it's just inappropriate with respect to us. But, I suppose it wouldn't matter to say, okay, sure. But then if somebody calls us, the problem would be we might get calls saying, oh, well, you're supposed to be doing this. And, then we're not. So I just think it could create a problem for us. So I think I'm not interested in it. I could be indifferent, I guess, about it, but I don't support it. Let's put it that way. I don't support it.
So I'll just quick speak to it is actually in a perfect world, I wish that the PRC was keeping maps of transmission lines. And that if we were, we might be doing kind of a better job of managing the grid as a whole. But the fact is we don't have the resources to do it right now. We haven't been doing it. The intent of the bill is good, but I would, at this point, probably just stay neutral on it. So that's where I am.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair, this is Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, go ahead.
Okay. I thought Teresa beat me. That's okay. So my thought is that because we don't keep a database of maps, not that we oppose or support the bill, but the bill sponsor ought to know that it's calling for something we don't have the ability to meet the goals, or we'll end up like New Mexico Edge and saying, hey, you're supposed to be providing a class to these people, and so they just have to make something up on the fly. And then they'll be mad at us again because we didn't give them a quality product that we didn't have in the first place.
Right.
Good point. So it sounds like we should, you know, send some kind of a note to the sponsors. I think that's a good idea. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
I oppose the bill.
Okay. Do we still want to send a note to the sponsors, Commissioner Aguilar, Vicente Aguilar?
I think most of the commissioners stated that we don't have the resources in our agency, and it's not doable with this bill the way it's written. So that's the reason why I oppose it. But as far as sending a message there, I'll leave it up to the individual commissioners if they wish to do so, to talk to the sponsors.
Okay.
Jeff, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not Jeff. Commissioner Fishman.
I'm not God. There's only one God.
Oh, that must have been
Amen.
Yeah, I think you should send a note explaining that we don't maintain those records. I mean, especially with that amendment that says if we're not already doing it, and you might let them know who does, which is, who is it, John? FERC that maintains? No, well, yeah, it would have to be, wouldn't it? John?
Yeah, Commissioner Hall and Mr. Chair, that's correct. It's the FERC that has jurisdiction over transmission. And I did, in the FR that I drafted, I did make that point that it's under FERC jurisdiction and that we don't have access to map-based, and the amendment I think also provides for geospatial data about the locations of electric transmission lines.
Well, fine. If it was in the FIR, then I don't know if it's necessary to write a note.
Yeah.
Just one more example of people writing statutes about us, or at least including us, and without even consulting. And I'm pretty dismayed. It's happening so much. This seems like it's happening more this session than usual, but thank you.
Okay, so commissioners are free to act as they wish on that one. And Jason, let's go on to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This next one is House Bill 206, the Utility Affordability and Relief Act. I know it's got a lot of attention, and I'll just give the floor right over to John, but it does have unfunded mandates, alternative, and amendments highlighted in the FIR. John, go ahead. I'm going to step away for a minute. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, Mr. Chair. So this bill is the Utility Affordability and Relief Act, and give me a second here. Forgive me. This bill has been before the House Consumer and Public Affairs Committee on this past Saturday. The bill provides for, well, it has three objectives. It enables the Utility Affordability and Relief Act. It enacts the Utility Affordability and Relief Act, enacts the Community Energy Efficiency Development Block Grant Act, amends the Mortgage Finance Authority Act. It adds new language to the Efficient Use of Energy Act, and it amends a section of the Public Utility Act. It essentially tries to, has three objectives to the bill. And it provides for a fairly prescriptive mechanism for to avoid to minimize or manage utility arrearages that have accumulated during the pandemic, and targets low and middle income, moderate income customers. It provides, under certain conditions, it provides for a forgiveness of, I believe, up to 50% of the bill, and provides for utility recovery of bill forgiveness amounts in the context of a rate case. It also, it has this Community Energy Efficiency Block Grant Act section, which provides an opportunity for entities such as municipalities or others to raise money for community energy efficiency services to help people obviously reduce their consumption of electricity and reduce their bills. And the third significant element or objective to the bill is to, and this is where the PRC comes in, I think, in a significant way, is to for the PRC to issue orders and develop rules that have to do with achieving energy and water equity. And what those concepts tend to achieve on the energy side is to develop bills, especially, particularly for low and moderate income customers, bills that are affordable and that meet a certain criteria, where a bill, a residential bill for electricity, for energy, would not exceed 5% of household annual income. And on the water end, it would establish water equity by making sure that water service is available to everyone in a service territory. Those are the extensive requirements where the commission is, by the end of this year, the commission would issue an order to each electric utility, and this applies across the board to all utilities, by the way, IOUs, co-ops, water utility, gas utilities. It would issue an order to all electric utilities to provide a cost-benefit analysis and the feasibility analysis of providing energy efficiency improvements to 50% of low-income households by 2030 and 100% of low-income households by 2050, and to address the affordability of utility rates and to identify low-income discount rates that, along with efficiency improvements, the utility would recommend to make electric service affordable. But a year later, by December 31st, 2022, the commission is to issue an order requiring each public water and wastewater utility to provide an annual report about the number of people in its service territory without access to water or wastewater service and the reasons therefore, and to provide a cost benefit and feasibility analysis of providing adequate water service to 50% of all households by 2030 and 100% of all households by 2050. By a year later, by December 31st, 2023, the commission shall either promulgate new rules or issue orders to make reasonable and consistent progress toward energy affordability and to reduce the energy burden with the goal of achieving certain yardsticks for affordability by 2030 and further progress by 2050. By the same date, December 31st, 2023, the commission would promulgate new rules or issue orders concerning water and wastewater service to make reasonable and consistent progress toward improving access to water and wastewater service with a goal of providing adequate water service to 50% of all households by 2030 and 100% by 2050. So that's basically, so the bill is it's a broad bill that tries to accomplish a lot. First, in the pandemic area, to help people manage arrearages, to communities to develop energy efficiency, and to, on a longer term, to reach certain energy and water equity objectives. So I'll stand for questions. Oh, Mr. Chair, one more comment. The bill did pass the Senate Conservation Committee, and I don't see a date for its next committee hearing. Thank you.
What was that last thing you said, John? It did not pass that committee?
It did, pardon me, Commissioner Hall, it did pass the Senate Conservation Committee but I don't know the schedule, the date for the next committee hearing.
Do you know how many committees it has to face?
John, this is Jason. John, I'm sorry, I stepped away real quick. Are you still on House Bill 206?
Yes, I am.
Yes, and so the bill itself, as introduced, did not pass, but they did pass a committee substitute. And it is now heading over to, I want to say Judiciary, but let me confirm.
House Judiciary?
Yeah, let me confirm. I'll confirm 1 second.
Okay.
So yes, the committee substitute got a due pass from the House Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources, and it's now on its way over to House Consumer and Public Affairs.
And John, were you reading the substitute or the original to us?
I was reading the original to you. Well, I was reading my FIR to you, but I do not recall the substitute. I need to look up the amendment to see.
Mr. Chairman, we just got the FIR request, and I have routed that today. So the committee substitute was just recently published at an actual bill version yesterday, and I was able to download it. But the FIR request on the committee substitute just came in today. So staff will be working on that, and then we'll route it for commission's review.
Okay, so it sounds like 360, 361, and 206 we need to have on next week's agenda.
Yes, they will be on next week's agenda, and I'll asterisk them for further discussion due to being either newly introduced or having a committee substitute.
Okay.
And what were those numbers again? 360, 361, and 206?
Yes.
Yeah, HB 206 and SB 360 and SB 361.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at the substitute, but it's 32 pages long. So, and it doesn't have any red lines. It's just totally rewritten. So I can't, oh no, wait, here's.
Well, Mr.
They
Chairman.
do have some underlining new language, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, I don't think committee substitutes actually have a red line version published.
Yeah, it's not.
Some of them might, but my experience is a committee substitute is just that. If you put a big X to the original bill, it's replaced with this substitute. So you're probably not gonna see red line.
Well, it's not red, but I see something that's underlined as if it were new language, but it's just one paragraph.
That is new language to the existing statute is the way they're
Oh,
drafted.
yeah, you're right. You're right. Well, I am not in favor of this bill because of the imposition it puts on our agency, just from looking at the FIR.
Well, let's move on to the next because we've got a substitute. We don't know what it is.
Oh, fine. Yeah. Okay, right.
I
You're
agree.
right.
I agree.
Agreed. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the next bill is House Bill 245. That's the Utility Distribution System Hardening Bill. And that is a Raj bill, John. I don't know if you want to touch on that. I did speak with Raj earlier about the most important bills that he participated in drafting the FIR on. to get in before he had to leave for his doctor's appointment. So not sure if I would maybe just suggest we go straight to the commission. If you all had any questions regarding House Bill 245, the utility distribution system hardening.
Commissioner thoughts? This is one I don't believe I've read.
Oh, yeah.
It has passed the House. It's on its way to the Senate.
That was my next comment. Yeah, it's passed the House. Do you think it's likely to pass, Jason?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it seems to be getting some support. We're just getting the first wave of bills to pass over from the House to the Senate. So some of the dynamics may change, strategies may be different, and so I'll be monitoring that. But we'll see how many committees it gets assigned to, right? And whatever the sponsors present during those committees, we'll definitely keep a track on it. But
can we communicate our request to amend it? I think that we had issues with a definition in that bill.
Yeah, I do have this highlighted in green, and that means there's either an alternative or an amendment. Actually, this one has an amendment on it. And I know Raj might be free now. Let me see if he's logged in. Raj, are you with us yet?
I can text him, Jason. Maybe we can come back to it.
Or maybe not, Mr. Chair. I think the difference that we have is just a difference between an MNERD definition and a PRC definition. I mean, if that is the only objection we have, and if we can communicate that to the sponsors, then I think we should.
I'm looking at the FIR, Commissioner Maestas, and it looks like there is an energy and minerals, an MNERD amending of the text that it kind of moves from one place to another, a clause that relates to whether or not the conversion of overhead tap lines to underground service are included in distribution system hardening projects for service. So they sort of rearrange a sentence. I don't know if that's the definition you're referring to, but that's an amendment that was offered by MNERD. But it just looks like it's more of a grammatical thing to address rather than a definition. I don't see anything in this FIR that talks about a definition.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Raj is back with us, I believe. Raj?
Oh, good.
Mr. Raj, can you hear me? Well, I thought he was. I just got off the phone with him that he was on, so. Maybe he's having some connection issues, but he did respond and say that he was available, so he would be joining.
Mr. Chairman, time is getting away from us, so let's come back to that bill once Raj rejoins the meeting. Would that be possible?
Agreed. Let's do that. So what's up next?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I'm gonna address just the transportation bills. There's really no impact to the PRC, even though they're on the list. We were asked to do an FIR. These are the House Bill 271, Senate Bill 73, and Senate Bill 167. Real quick, the first two bills is just formalizing where the motor receipts transactions and revenues get deposited to. It changes nothing at the PRC, our practice. I did raise issue to the fact that the PRC is statutorily assigned with managing the program. We collect and generate all these revenues, but we don't keep a penny. So that has been published, that's out there. The sponsor is aware of it, so I'm hoping to have some dialogue or communication with them that I can bring back to the commission next week on that. And then the other one is just a minimum crew for train operations. It's just to be consistent and in line with the Federal Railroad Administration. So not major impacts on those. Those are the only 3 transportation bills that we've had so far.
Okay.
Any questions on that? It's pretty straightforward. I don't even think I would ask the commission to take a position. I don't think it's necessary.
I'm fine with that. Other commissioners? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Yep.
Jason, this is Raj. I'm on now.
Okay, thank you, Roger. Commissioners, we can go back to House Bill 245, Utility Distribution System Hardening. Thank you.
Okay, so the issue in this bill was the definitions in the MNRDS rules, which are in Chapter 71, and in our rules in Chapter 62 conflict. The MNRD rule doesn't say anything about excluding underground tap lines, and the PRC rule excludes that specifically. So that'll create an issue because MNRD will approve the grant or award for a project, which may include the tap lines that are undergrounded, and approve those projects as distribution system hardening. Whereas when it comes to us, our definition specifically excludes us. And we are supposed to take that grid modernization project, which MNRD gives a grant or award for, and allow the utility to recover that in rates. So that creates a conflict between the 2 agencies. And I simply tried to send a message there, the FIR, just make those definitions consistent, open the MNRD rule as well, Chapter 71, and just redline and update the rule. That was it. So with that, I'll stand for any questions. It's pretty straightforward, and the sponsor and the committee seem to overlook it or ignore it, or maybe they didn't read it. I don't know, but
Can't hear you, Raj.
it's just
speak up
something.
a little. No, it's just your voice dropped. You were talking
my voice dropped?
quietly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
what were you saying?
So the definitions, the 2 different definitions in MNRD's rule and the PRC rule could create a conflict, because MNRD could approve a project and give an award to a grid modernization project, which allows undergrounding of power lines. But our definition specifically excludes the same project for rate recovery. So that creates a conflict between the 2 agencies, the different definitions. So just to make it consistent, so there would be no conflict between the 2 agencies, and MNRD and PRC, what I had recommended in my FIR, that MNRD's definition be Chapter 71, the definition of distribution system hardening project, be opened to make the definitions, the 2 definitions in Chapter 62 and 71 consistent and identical. Because everything else is identical except for that paragraph.
So I have a question, Raj. I'm looking at a fiscal impact report that was not done by you, someone named Martinez. So it was, from the Legislative Finance, committee, the LFC, I guess. Mm-hmm. And there was an amendment included by MNRD that says, and it may pertain to the spot you're talking about. It says number 5, distribution system hardening projects for circuits and substations designed to reduce service outages or service restoration times, but does not include the conversion of overhead tap lines to underground service. Are they, are they keeping their same language, or are they adapting it to our language?
Commissioner Hall, I did not see that FIR from MNRD, so I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
But during the committee hearing, I didn't see any discussion about anything that I raised, the issue that I raised in my file. There was no discussion at all.
Okay, well, whatever. It doesn't look like it's.
Maybe it's been
fixed.
corrected. Maybe it was corrected later.
Yeah, well, it looked like they just, they had deleted some text that said the same thing essentially, and then put it in a different part of the sentence, a different part of the clause. So if that was their original clause that they just rearranged, I don't think it fixes anything. So.
Chairman, Commissioner Hall, my question is, my issue was that all the other definitions are identical. So why is this definition different in NMPRC rule and in amendments? There's no reason for it to be different because the rule applies to both agencies, MNERD and PRC. They will administer the grid modernization projects.
Can you speak up a little? Speak up a little.
Okay. Okay, is that better?
Yes,
okay.
That's remarkably better.
Okay, so my point in the FIR was this is a grid modernization bill, which has two parts to it. One is in Chapter 71, which is the MNERD rules, and the other one is Chapter 62, which is our rule. And the only difference is that the two agencies are doing the same thing in grid modernization. MNERD's role is to evaluate the project and give a grant award from the money that's given to them, disperse the funds. And our role is to take the same grid modernization project and review it and allow its recovery and rates. So there's no real reason, there's no reason at all for the definitions to be different.
I get it.
They should be identical.
Yep.
Ideally, they should be identical.
No reason why not.
Okay, thoughts? Is this a support with the amendment?
I'd say so.
Who said that? Joe?
I believe
Okay.
that was Joe, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we could do anything to the bill because this bill was passed last year. This is just correcting a typo or the language.
Okay.
So that's what it is. This bill was passed as HPP 33 last year and it's enacted into law. The only reason.
I'm sorry. Well, this bill you say was passed last year? Is that what you said?
This was passed last year as House Bill 233. This was drafted by Representative Stansberry and Representative Akil. And this was enacted into law. And it's in, so all this bill, which is doing in this session is amending the language in PRC statute. What it fails to do is update the language and insert the same language into MNERD statute. And that's all I'm saying. You know, if you want to correct it in one place, correct it in the other too. And make sure the definitions are identical in both agencies' statutes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, maybe we should propose an amendment or something, or send a note that they should amend it, or however you want to do that. But it sounds like it needs an amendment. And, you know.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I may, Raj, just to add on to what Raj just shared with you, this bill is actually being introduced in COD and called the comma bill. The sponsor is literally presenting it that way during committee as the comma bill. So their expert witness is from the Legislative Council Service and is saying this is just cleanup from the last year.
So I'm not quite sure what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what.
No, I was just sharing
Come
with
on,
you,
Bill.
I was just sharing with you, Raj's point that because it was enacted upon last year, it definitely has support and momentum, and an amendment may not be likely, I guess, quite honestly, because they're literally presenting it as a cleanup bill, adding a comma, even though there seems to be a little bit more than just that. But I just was sharing that with you based on testimony that was given during the committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Still seems like we could send them a letter.
Yeah, commissioners, I mean, all I'm saying is there was an inconsistency between the two statutes, the definition to begin with when this was enacted. Last year, we pointed it out to Representative Stansbury, and somehow it never got corrected. So what I'm saying, since you're opening it this year to correct a comma in PRC statute, why don't you reopen MNRD statute also and make those definitions identical?
So
whatever definition you like, if you like MNRD's definition better, put it in our statute and vice versa. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
would you be willing to just put together a quick note that we could send over as a commission and just say we'd appreciate that additional clarification in the legislation?
Sure.
That we send it over as a commission? Sounds like it could prevent some headaches down the road.
That's exactly right, Mr. Chairman. And that's what I pointed out in my statute. And it's in my FIR, excuse me. And obviously it didn't reach the sponsor.
So I'm just saying maybe we can do that and we can underline your points as a commission. So I'll just let other commissioners comment on whether that makes sense to them.
I think it makes sense. I think if Raj just wrote a, one paragraph or two paragraphs, letter saying, we recommend you fix this because otherwise it'll be confusing or something, words to that effect. And I think that would be of great help. I'd be happy to sign a letter like that.
Yeah, since this is
Mr.
cleanup.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna just say that, I mean, this is just cleanup from that bill that was passed. And I think that we should also direct our comments to Legislative Counsel Service, since they seem to be the lead in making these corrections too. So I think we should take a redundant approach, communicate them to the sponsors and to Legislative Counsel Services.
Yeah.
Other commissioners, comments?
I agree.
I agree as well.
Okay. So it sounds like, Raj, if you can do that, all the commissioners are basically signed off on it. And let's get it to Legislative Council and to the sponsors.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Appreciate you bringing it up.
Hey, Mr. Chair.
Hey, what's up?
Well, I'm just looking at the list of bills and I'm wondering, is there anything else that a particular commissioner is really wanting to get on board with or to be against? Or if there's anything Jason thought we really ought to talk about?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I think Jason has already covered the priority list of our, the bills that needed our attention. And I think we should take a break, Mr. Chair, and if there's a continuation, let's regroup next week, Wednesday.
Well, we know 3 should be on the list for next Wednesday.
That's correct.
I beg your pardon. What did Jeff say? I didn't hear everything Jeff said.
You're a wonderful, awesome commissioner.
Thank you, Jeff.
And would you be God's queen?
I'll let that go.
Jason, is there much more to cover?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 bills that haven't been briefly introduced. But as Commissioner Vicente Aguilar recognized, we did make the most important bills that staff felt should get the most attention before we started to lose attention here towards the end of the day. But I think I can summarize which bills are left. And if a commissioner wants to dive into those, maybe that's the right way to go, because we do have House Bill 10, House Bill 206, Senate Bill 360, and 361 that are going to be brought back to the table next week already. So that's 4 bills for next week, which could get some discussion.
Okay. And the ones yet to cover are?
So Senate Bill 24, parity of regulation of telecommunication, Senate Bill 83, Local Choice Energy Act, Senate Bill 113 and Senate Bill 132. I was going to defer to Commissioner Maestas. Those are additional bills that we're tracking on his behalf as well. And then Senate Bill 204, Rural Telecommunications Act, Senate Bill 329, Ambulance Services. Senate Bill 329, I'm in the process of drafting an FIR that'll be routed for commission consideration.
There's only one here that I feel like I'd want to cover today, and the rest I could just throw out. And that would be parity of regulation of telecommunication, which I do not support. I don't know if anyone else has any feelings on that.
Shall we just discuss it? I don't know what it's about.
So if we don't know what it's about, let's put it off till next week. Let's just call that the CenturyLink bill. But I'm fine with pushing that to next week because I'm getting pretty tired myself.
I have one comment.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Tomorrow at 9:30, we're having a workshop on the interconnection rule, if anybody wants to go. Just wanted to mention it. It's got nothing to do with bills.
I'll be there.
I think we should have sent a link out to everybody, but if not, I'll make sure it happens.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hall.
Okay, thanks.
So with that, are we ready to adjourn? Yes, we are. Thanks, everybody. It's a lot of hard work we put in. Appreciate it.
I got to go to my second job now. So
have fun at Burger King.
Thank you.